Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and distinguished delegates, so we will begin our G20 International Standards Summit 2022. We'd like to proceed to the third session of the day. With that said, we'd like to kindly invite all of the delegates that are still outside of the ballroom area to proceed to the ballroom area to enter the venue, and then please be seated. And also to our virtual delegates, once again, welcome back to the G20 International Standards Summit 2022. Now we're proceeding to the third summit, or excuse me, third session of the day, and that is in sustainable energy transition. Distinguished delegates, participants, and also ladies and gentlemen, welcome back right here to the second half of the G20 International Standards Summit 2022, right here in Bali, Indonesia. And also would like to welcome back and also good morning to all of you participants that is just joining us virtually around the world. Once again, during our session, we do want you, our delegates and also participants, to be engaged and also to be a part of our discussions and Q&A sessions. With that said, you may please input your questions, especially if you are now joining the summit through live stream. You can input your questions on the column chat from whatever platform that you're on. And also for our in-person delegates right here in Bali, Indonesia, you can just raise your hands. Now, without further ado, we'd like to proceed to the third session of the summit, and that is the sustainable energy transition, in which we'll be discussing energy transition and also security. And while tackling the damaging impact of the COVID-19 pandemic now for almost 3 years, nations, government sector, stakeholders should see every energy transition as a continued priority. With that said, contribution from all parties, acceleration of clean energy transition is needed. With that said, this session will aim to demonstrate that energy planning, access, generation, efficiency improvements all benefit from the structure, know-how, and expertise continue in international standards. Together with testing and certification, nations are better able to maintain and upgrade existing electricity generation infrastructure, enable the integration of more renewable energy source to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and ensure long-term viability of energy investment. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce our keynote speaker for this session, who will also be leading the session as a moderator. So without further ado, we would like to give this time and floor to Mr. Manish Pant, Zone President, East Asia and Japan, Schneider Electric. Please give an applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a privilege to be here on behalf of Schneider Electric. Talk about energy transition. We have a difficult task here. Session to not just talk about transition, but make sure that we are having an engaging discussion here with our panelists that we have gathered. I just want to kind of add, to the slogan here, which is, go faster. And we can just add that we need to transition faster, right, as well, in terms of the response, that the response together, and then let's add to that is transition faster. I think just to start to kick it off, I want to say that for Schneider Electric, which is, we can go to the next slide, is our purpose is very simple, which is to empower all to make the most of the energy and resources. And at the same time, we are powering and digitizing the economy
Entonces son
of oil in the mid-1900s, and then the introduction of assembly lines for the use of gas following the invention of the Bunsen burner. So these transitions had one thing in common, which was that they have been driven by the need for new and efficient energy resources to fuel the growing demand, as well as a result of the technological innovations that have been happening at those times, like the steam engine, the oil lamp, the industrial combustion engine, etc. And of course, the energy density every time it progressed kept on increasing as compared to the previous one, and that's what we got out of it. Now today, on the other hand, the energy transition that we are talking about is more linked to move from the hydrocarbons to renewable energy because it is driven by the effects of climate change, and it is not only about how the energy is produced, but also about how energy is consumed. And I think that's one of the change that we are seeing. Now, if we move forward, just to set the context again, that climate change, which is the next slide, is all about carbon emissions, and carbon emissions is the issue of energy. Today, 80% of the global carbon emissions are because of energy, which is coming from carbon-emitting fossil fuels, and 60% of that energy is lost. So it's also an issue of efficiency, and what we know is that as we move towards more electricity, the efficiency goes up. So we are, thanks to electricity, we are able to directly feed the electric motor, for example, in electric vehicles, which is able to give much higher level of efficiency as compared to, you know, the old ways of an internal combustion engine. Now we have another issue on the other side, and, you know, going back to the previous discussion, if you can move to the next slide, is you know, Ian talked about 8 billion people, and out of those, there are still more than 1 billion who don't have access to energy. And while we continue to work on solutions to get energy to be sustainable and at the right cost, we also need to provide access to energy to those people who don't have it. Now, the case for change is very imperative, and we need to transition now. You can move to the next slide. So the case for change is because you know, we have seen that the climate and weather related disasters are increasing. The intensity is increasing as well as the frequency is increasing. We're talking about it that you know, even in Bali we see floods. We see that in Australia. We see that in India. We see that in the U.S. And this is only increasing, which is going to not just cause a lot of damage to the assets that we have, but also you know, having an impact on the biodiversity, which is very essential for future. World Health Organization believes that there'll be substantial loss of lives, unfortunately, if climate change continues to happen from the impacts, not only due to climate change, but the subsequent impacts due to nutrition, malaria, etc. Now, if you can stay on that slide, please, our studies at Schneider Electric show that what has been committed in the last COP, we need to be doing much more than that in order to achieve the goal of 1.5 degree of 2050. And what is very important is that we need to first reach the goal of 2030. And once we reach that goal, then only we'll be able to ensure that we are on track for the 2050 goal. And to meet that by 2030, we need to save 3 times more than what has been committed in the last COP. So clearly, a big task ahead for us. Now, if we move on, what the challenge is, how we can move forward. And at Schneider Electric, we strongly believe that electrification and digitization are in the critical parts of ensuring that we we get to this climate change, and this is what we call as electricity 4.0. Electricity is playing a large role, and it is the best vector of decarbonization because it can be completely renewable. Just stay on the same slide, please. What we also know that we already mentioned that it's more efficient as compared to any other form of energy. On the electricity side, the need for electricity is going to increase on one dimension. So it's going to double by 2050 to 40 terawatt hours from what it is today. Also, the mix of electricity in energy is going to increase from about 18% to 50%. And this is a big shift which is going to happen. Not to mention that within that, the amount of clean and renewable energy is also going to double from today to almost 56% by 2050. The other part of the equation is digital, which is also, I would say, a vector of decarbonization, because it is bringing in technologies like IoT, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, and is bringing visibility to energy use. Thanks to digital, we are now able to see how the energy is flowing, how electricity is flowing, and how electricity is being consumed, and therefore we can act on it and drive efficiency. Digital is also allowing for new services, new business models to come in, and is a key driver for interoperability, which becomes very important as we go on the digital side. And of course, it is a foundation of an enterprise metaverse, which is where more we are going towards. Now, what is the answer? And this is what we are here to discuss, and how we can be developing standards for that. If you move to the next slide, we see that 3 ways we can get to the path to net zero much faster as we continue to work on the future technologies that would come in. What we have to do now and by 2030 is to see how we are able to replace electricity with renewable. So that's one. The second is how we are able to electrify the uses of energy. Talk about electric vehicle, the proliferation of electric vehicles, which will improve the use of electricity. It's about heat pumps. It's about seeing how we are able to do with a lot of consumption, which is driven by electricity, and change the source to electricity in the consumption that we are making. And then it is about efficiency, which we talked about, that is going to reduce the amount of energy that we use, because we will be consuming more electricity in the future. So these 3 are going to help us get on that track. And it is not about just being there, but this would mean colossal shifts in the way we do things. It's about the change in the grids. So the grid is going to move from being very unidirectional to multi-directional, I would say, coupled with a network, because today, thanks to renewable, you are able to generate at the place of consumption. Therefore, for example, through rooftops, therefore you're able to save a lot of energy. But at the same time, you are a prosumer. That means you generate your own electricity, but you also feed the electricity and share it with your neighbors or with the grid. Same for industrial processes, which will become very much embedded with technology, and the increase of interconnectivity and smart automation is what would drive the efficiency and therefore the savings which are required. So now, while these solutions, they exist today, we of course need to adopt them, and they need to be going faster, and this is where the standards and the international standards and organization like IC and the global assessment systems come in, so that we are able to have consistency, and we are able to deploy at scale and deploy even faster. So to conclude, I would say that we need to act now, which is the next slide, and we must act fast, and we must act now. And it goes without saying that we have to also act together, because on a topic like this, it's all of us have to be coming together, whether we are government, whether we are organizations, or we are enterprises. We need to be all coming together and to say how we are able to make sure we work on this transition and go faster, because 2030 is just around the corner. Okay. So thank you. With this, I would like to set the stage and invite our panelists for an engaging discussion on this topic. I would like to welcome Dr. Dadan Kusidiana on the stage. He's here with us. We also have with us virtually Dominique Verghese, Chi Shugang, Alistair McKinnon, and Tai Yip Wai, who will be joining us through the Zoom call. And maybe I will take this opportunity first to start with Dr. Dandan and share your opening comments and remarks.
Yeah, it's your call. I thought. Thank you, Pak Manis. Very good afternoon. Very good morning also to others. Thank you for having me here. I'm coming from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. I would like to express my gratitude to Pak Kuku Ahmad, the head of National Standardization Agency, and also to others, to WTO, to IC, to ISO, and also to ITU. So this is of course very challenging issues, in particular for us here that within G20 for the energy transition. The first that I would like to share with you is the result of our energy transition working group within the G20. We had the Ministerial Energy Transition Working Group here also in Bali last month. Of course, I said of course, we didn't have the communique, as also happened from others energy working groups, because the issue of the war. So we didn't come up with such communique. But the one that I would like to share with you is we have one deliverable. We call this is Bali Compact. Bali Common Principles in Accelerating Clean Energy Transition. So this is the one that I would like to share with you, that we come up with some ideas. There are 9 points that we agreed. It was agreed in the meeting. Yeah. The principle how then we could accelerate, as also mentioned by Pak Manis. Yeah. So for us, as the host for the G20, that will be also here in Bali next month. One of the main issue is the energy transition, in addition to the inclusive global health and also the digital. I think it fits with what mentioned earlier, that energy transition, I do agree that it has to go to green, to electricity, and it has also to come up together with the digitalization. So this is the one that I would like to share with you, that we had the Bali Compact that would serve as the principle for the members of G20 to work on. We had in the preparation, of course, each roadmap for each country, for each member countries of the G20. So we are continuing this principle to see next year, for example, in India. And of course, the issue of the efficiency, the issue of technology that will be coming together with the standardization, in particular for quality, for safety, those are, I think, very important issues. The second that I would like to share with you is how Indonesia is moving forward to go to the net zero emission. Our President Jokowi, declared in the COP26 last year that Indonesia is joining with other global society to reach the net zero emission by 2060 or even sooner. Yeah. And from the point of view of the NDC, the commitment of Indonesia is 29% by 2030, and for this coming COP27, we are increasing our commitment to be 31.2%. It will be also launching in the upcoming of the COP27. So let's see in much more detail what actually our recent condition in terms of electricity, for example. We are actually far behind our neighboring countries. It's not to mention the Singapore, but compared with Vietnam, for example, our electricity consumption per capita is just this year is, last year, it is 1,100 kilowatt hour per capita. Compare, for example, with Malaysia. Malaysia is already in number of 4,000. Vietnam is very close to the number of 3,000 kilowatt hour per capita. So it shows that the consumption will be growing, will be increasing. We have to provide, of course, those sustainable green electricity, and this is actually our pathway for 2060. We have more than enough energy resources in terms of renewable energy. We have almost any kind of the resources. Solar, I think it's not to mention the solar. We have hydro. We have bioenergy because we are in the tropical and agriculture-based country. We have also recently found the good resources for wind, and of course we are the second largest in terms of the geothermal resources. We are, again, Indonesia is maritime countries, one of the maritime countries, so we are also seeing to work together with provider of technology to develop the tidal. So it's not only the big amount, but also this is located quite well distributed along of the country. So you may see that, say for example, just to mention the name of island Sumatra, for example, Sumatra is our western part of the country. You will have the hydro, of course you have bioenergy, and you have also geothermal. So it's going to east, to Java, to Nusa Tenggara Islands, to Sulawesi. We have 2 wind farms in Sulawesi, and we are not developing more in that area to do the expansions. And also actually in this island, I think during the G20 we will do the groundbreaking for the first 50 megawatt of the solar implementation in this island. So we are good in the number. We are also best in terms of the variation of renewable energy. So by this, I think Indonesia can make sure the sustainable and also the good quality of the energy. Of course, there are issues of intermittency, for example, for solar, for wind, but we have Schneider here, we have others. We are also developing technology for storage. So I think Indonesia is very optimistic to see that we will be one of the country also to do the acceleration in terms of the green energy. This is our net zero roadmap for the future, actually coming from the energy sector, with our knowledge, with our experience, that actually energy could not make zero in terms of the emission. So in 2060, our projection, there will be around 129 million ton of CO2 still be releasing from the energy sector, but this will be seen by the follow sector, by forest, agriculture, and others. So in total, we will have the net zero in 2060. My last slide, because I believe that the time is very limited. We believe, and we do, of course, that the standardization is one of the enabling factors for scaling up of the technology and also stimulating the domestic industries. You saw the board over there, the Bangga of Indonesia, and also use the Indonesian product, for example. It has to go with the standardization. So appreciation to the BSN, to the National Energy Agency, works very hard and work with very good vision on how that standardization can make, at least for me, these two things. The first is quality, and the other is the local content. So we are combining the two issues with some of the, adjustment in the implementation. Yeah. So in terms of the implementation during the transition, resilient, safe, and innovative engineering practice are of course required to provide smart and sustainable energy solution. So we believe that the standards will become a foundation for our policy framework, and also, as I said, as the enabler for scaling up of the technology. So advancing the national standards should be allowed through the adoption of international recognized standards. This is what we have done actually from time to time. I have been working in this electric standard since 1995 something. So I heard the IC and other ISO since the time. We have also my team also here coming, and from time to time also we are joining the annual meeting of those electric sector. So in total, in particular for those that are related with the transition of energy, currently there are more than 110 Indonesian national standard SNI issued, ranging from solar photovoltaic implementation, hydropower, wind turbine, bioenergy also, and biofuel, geothermal, and actually coming from the new implementation, the coal gasification, and also as well as the minimum energy performance standard for energy consuming appliances. So meanwhile, the government also promoted stakeholders to comply with the international standards such as ISO 15101 on energy management, because Manis also mentioned that energy efficiency could contribute to at least 20% of the carbon emission reduction. So putting together on how to add more capacity through renewable energy, and at the same time, we are putting more effort also to increase the efficiency. So by this, I would like to conclude. Thank you, Pak Manis.
Okay, thank you, Pak Adnan, and let's move to our to introduce our next panelist, Dominique Voorgis, who is the chairman of the ITU Study Group 5, and also a director of international relations at Orange in France. We can't hear you, Dominique. I think you're on mute. Dominique, we can't hear you. We can see your slides.
So, good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Very well. Thank you.
It's coming correctly. Okay. Thank you. Yes. So, I apologize for this technical delay. So, my name is Dominique Voorgis. So, good morning, afternoon, evening from Roma, Italy. As you mentioned, I'm chairman of Study Group 5, and we currently meet in Roma for our second plenary session. And that's why I apologize, I couldn't join you in Bali, and I regret that. So I take this opportunity also to thank the organizer, and in particular the government of Bali, for hosting such an important event dedicated to the green agenda. My name is Dominique Voorgis. I'm from Orange in France, and I'm chairman of the ITU Study Group 5. This is the lead study group in charge of environment, climate action, sustainable digitalization, and circular economy. And it is a pleasure today to make this presentation at the occasion of that G20 summit. I would like just, so give me just 1 minute. So I think now you can see better the slides. Is it okay in Bali?
Yes, we can see the slides.
Okay, so just to answer to the general question, what is the theme for today? How can standards support the green agenda? And that brings echo immediately to what has just been said by our previous speaker. I would like to recall, first of all, some general principles related to the role of standards. And standards, as you can see on the slides, are a set of guidelines that are available for consideration and use worldwide. They are voluntarily developed, they are tested vigorously, and they are developed by a group of experts. They are consensus-based and driven by public consultation. So standards are documented, good practice, and they are voluntarily applied. With the increasing need to attain the Sustainable Development Goals, there is a critical need to have proper standards in place. And we believe that international standards enhance the use of ICTs in several important ways. First of all, standards can help implementing of the necessary measures, processes, and policies for digital transformation. International standards lay the foundations for best practices, provide specific guidelines, and offer a way for cities and communities to measure themselves and improve practices. In addition to that, standards help establish common ICTs and digital technologies requirements. Standards facilitate sharing of knowledge and best practices by helping to ensure common understanding of concepts, terms, and definition, which prevents errors, and that is an important point. Standards also provide other benefits because standards generally incorporate best practices and conformance requirements. Their use typically results in improvements in quality. Standards reduce the number of technical variations and allow consumers easy access to interchangeable technology or interoperability, as it has been mentioned by previous speaker. Finally, international standards help governments and regulators to develop policies and help them achieve public policy goals. And this is also an important point that was just highlighted by our colleague from Indonesia. So in a nutshell, international standards have, let's say, pave the way for the adoption of ICTs and move towards a green digital agenda. So now, regarding the transformation to the green agenda, what is the role of ITU? So ITU is the International Telecommunication Union. It is one of the third pillar, let's say, of international standardization, in addition to IOC and ISO. ITU, International Telecommunication Union, is the specialized agency for information and communication technology, specialized agency of the United Nations system. And in some way, it is a unique organization because ITU is open to a wide range of participants, or let's say it's a multi-stakeholder organization, because experts participating in ITU activities represent administrations, governments, regulators, but also ITU is open to a direct participation of the industry, of academia, of SME, etc. And that is really unique in the UN system. ITU has and play a vital role in establishing the trajectory and standardization, digital transformation, and green practice. And this work is carried within one of its sectors, which is ITUT, the Standardization Bureau, Telecommunication Standardization Bureau. And ITUT works contributes significantly to the implementation of multiple sustainable related international commitments, including the Sustainable Development Goals and ITU's Connect 2030 agenda for global telecommunications and ICT development. As part of ITUT, and you see that on the chapter 1, we do have a specific study group, which is the equivalent of a technical committee in our organization, which is the study group 5, the one I'm chairman. And this study group is responsible for studies on methodologies for evaluating ICTs in an eco-friendly way. Under its environmental mandate, Study Group 5 is also responsible for studying design methodologies to reduce ICTs and also e-waste adverse environmental effects, for example, through recycling of ICT facilities and equipment. In addition to the role of the ITUT study group, also we do have some focus group, which is a kind of different body, which is much more wider open to people who are not members of our organization and which can address very specific thematic, as the one, for example, which is on the slide, the focus group on environmental efficiency for artificial intelligence and other technologies. But they do have a limited mandate, let's say, to say that. So now, coming to the more specific action of Study Group 5 as an introduction, because one of my colleagues also will speak about that, Ms. Shi from China here. ITU plays a key role in supporting the green agenda, and this, as I said, is done by Study Group 5, and more specifically, Study Group 5 is responsible for various studies. First of all, these studies are related for assessing the environmental impact of ICT technologies, publishing guidelines for using ICTs in an eco-friendly way, dealing with e-waste issues, and this includes also the environmental impact of counterfeit devices, also enhancing rare metal recycling and energy efficiency of ICT, including infrastructures, and that is one part of a core action to help to achieve the ambition mentioned by Manish in his introduction speech. Study Group 5 is also responsible for study on how to use ICTs to help countries and the ICT sector to adapt to the effects of environmental changes. And this includes climate change in line with the Sustainable Development Goals. And finally, Study Group 5 is responsible for the needs for more consistent and standardized eco-friendly practices for the ICT sectors. That includes labeling, procurement practice, standardization power, suppliers, connectors, eco-rating schemes, etc., etc. So you can see, let's say, the 5 big chapters which are within the mandate of ITU Study Group 5 on the screen. In addition to that, we do work on the human exposure to electromagnetic field, electronic magnetic compatibility, EMC, and things like that. And how is this achieved? This is done, the outcomes of the study groups within ITUT are called standards or recommendation in our language. We do develop 2 series of recommendations. For example, you have one example on the slides, but I know that she will develop some more. For example, the ITUT L.1480, dedicated to enabling the net zero transition. And these recommendations covers a wide range of activities that are related to e-waste, to the impact of ICTs and the circular economy, and in the processing of developing more. So the one I highlighted is the one, let's say, L.1480, which is currently the one in progress, which could have a more efficient effect for all sectors. So in summary, these recommendations provide methodology for assessing how to use the ICT solutions impact GHG emission also of other sectors. And that is also a very important point, because we do not only focus on the role of ICT and the impact on GHG emission, but also we think that what we are doing can help other sectors to reduce their emission. And that is also a very important point. The current period is really critical, and that's why this G20 summit is taking place at the, let's say, most appropriate time, because now everybody in the world is focused on that green agenda. And also in ITUT, we are committed to drive this green agenda. We just coming 2 weeks ago, let's say, from the most high-level decision body within ITU, which is the Plenipotentiary Conference, And this conference, which was held in Bucharest, concluded with adoption of very important resolution, and in particular regarding our activity. The most important resolution is resolution 182, dedicated to ICT and climate change. And these resolutions highlight in particular three key aspects for our activities. First of all, resolution 182 reaffirms that the ICTs play an important and significant role in protecting the environment and in promoting innovative and sustainable development activities. In addition to that, this resolution highlights also some, let's say, operational targets, and in particular, they highlighted the importance of the decarbonization trajectory for the ICTs, and this trajectory, has been developed jointly by ITU, by GSMA. GSMA is the Global System for Mobile Alliance, a very big alliance of operators of telco and manufacturers, of GESI, which is the Global E-Sustainability Initiative, and the SBTI, which is the Science-Based Target Initiative. And this trajectory is stipulating a 45% reduction in carbon emission by 2030. And that has been reaffirmed at the very highest level of the ITU. So to conclude, this penipot, of course, recognized the critical role being played by ITU Study Group 5, so on climate change, on electronic magnetic field, on circular economy and e-waste management, and they reaffirmed that it is the lead study group to engage that work. So let's say, and this will be my last slide, we can say that this work and my presentation would not like to be only ITUT centric, because what is important, and that is why we are here today, is that we work in collaboration with other standardization development organizations, with other high-level bodies, with other technical bodies, and let's say, very simply, I would say ITUT cannot achieve its ambition without cross-sector collaboration. And so you can see we work in collaboration with many key stakeholders from all levels. We do have, for example, close collaboration with many UN agencies. That includes the World Health Organization, WHO, UNIDO, UNFCCC, UNEP, UNICE, and more. We do have liaison collaboration with ISO, IOC, and also with ETSI, where sometimes we elaborate some common standards with collaboration with the Technical Committee EE on energy efficiency. We participate in the COP agenda. For example, we participated in COP20 among, let's say, other events. And of course, we do have a collaboration, I mentioned that before, with JESI, with STEP, etc. And so through these events, we were able to promote using ITU's green standards to achieve a sustainable digital transformation and drive the green agenda. And to conclude, I would say, finally, we do not only think or act globally, but also it's very important to act locally. And in that way, we have 4 regional groups, and we organize a series of sustainable digital transformation dialogues through these regional groups last year, and this will continue. So thanks to the support provided by these regional groups, we were able to strengthen our connection with those regions and include more representatives from those regions in the standard development process. And we think that collaboration is a two-way exercise, which is really very important. So I would like to thank you for your attention. If you are interested by ITUT activities, do not hesitate to contact us. ITU is based in Geneva. And I do wish you a fruitful session, and it's very interesting to be part of that session today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dominique, for sharing the role of ITU. I think we are, and I would really like the group to thank Dominique for his introduction. Our next panelist is Ms. Chi Shu Guang, who incidentally is also working with Dominique in in ITU 5 study group, and she is part of the China Academy of Information and Communications Technology. Over to you, Ms. Chi.
Your phone.
We can't hear you. We can see the slides, but we can't hear you.
Sorry, let me try. One I show
Yes, we can
slides.
see you. We can see you and hear you. Yeah.
Okay, let me do it again. Thank you very much, Manish. If you can confirm, see my screen again.
Yes, we do.
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, a good day to all the colleagues. It's my great honor to be here to talk on this topic, ICT enablement of energy green transition to achieve net zero target. My name is Qishu Wang from China Academy of Information and Communication Technology. I'm also Vice Chair of ITT Study Group 5, just introduced from Manish. Thank you very much. And also I'm engaged in IEC and also sit from your organization, etc. Then I would like to go to the detail in very short presentation for this time, just for electricity or energy and digitalization. Just now, our moderator Manish also indicated that here is a very important two topics, electric and the digital. And lots of organizations, have the
I think we have lost you.
Mr. Manish, I think this is a connection problem.
Yeah.
We'll try to reconnect again.
Do we move to the next speaker?
Yes.
and come back to
Yes.
Ms. Chi? Okay.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah, we have. It seems we have lost her. Unfortunately, I'm sure we'll get her back. In the interest of time, maybe we'll go to our next panelist, who is Mr. Alistair McKinnon, who is the chair of the IC system for certification to standards relating to equipment, and especially for the use in renewable energy applications, based in Glasgow. So over to you, Mr. McKinnon.
Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning. Manish, can you hear me and can you see my slides?
Yes, we can hear you very well and we can see the slides.
Right, let me put this. Thank you very much. Let's put this on into slide view. I will try and keep my remarks very brief. I'm very conscious of time. So by way of introduction, my name is Alistair McKinnon. I'm based here in the UK. I've been involved in the wind energy sector for around 35, 40 years now. And recently I was invited to take over the chair of the IECRE Renewable Energy System, and I'll say a little more about that in a second. So just by way of scene setting, there are really two parts to what we do within IEC. We have the standard side and we have the conformity assessment side. Now, I'm involved in both, but my focus really today is on the conformity assessment side. So within IEC, there are 4 conformity assessment systems, of which the RE, the Renewable Energy System, is one. I'm not going to say anything about the other ones. You can check the website for that. And what we do within the conformity assessment system is we ensure that the technical requirements that are prescribed on the standard side are realized in reality. So IEC is the electrotechnical side of what we're doing. And within IECRE, we have 3 areas of focus. We have a focus on solar PV systems, a focus on wind energy generation systems, and lastly, on marine energy systems. So that would be wave, tidal, river, etc. So we have 3 technical committees under IEC, and I've listed them there. So that's TC 82, 88, and 114. And they are the technical committees that have responsibility for developing the technical standards. I see a hand raised from our colleague from China. Well, I just carry on, Manish.
Yes,
Okay.
please carry on. I think we will get Chi just after.
Sure, no problem, no problem. So to pick up where I was there, IEC is electrotechnical, so our focus was on those electrically generating devices. So say that's the three sectors that we're looking at the minute. So the technical committees define technical requirements, that's the standards, and the conformity assessment systems, we ensure that those technical requirements are fulfilled. So looking at the energy transition and the opportunity, some figures that I recently saw, which I was quite amazed by, suggest that there are around 45% of those currently employed in the energy sector actually work within renewables. I mean, that's a huge number. I'm based here in Glasgow, and we were delighted to welcome people from around the world to COP26 last year, where we agreed new climate change targets. And one of the ways that we can achieve those is through the deployment of renewable energy. And this is where IEC is key in that sense. How do we ensure that that happens? Well, we have this internationally agreed consensus, and previous speakers have highlighted, and I'm grateful for them highlighting how standards are applied and developed. Within what we are doing within the renewable energy side here, we look at devices at a component level, at a type level, and what we call a project certification level. So if you look at the picture on the right-hand side of my slide here, you'll see a typical wind turbine. So a component may be something like the blade there, it may be the tower, it could be the gearbox, the drivetrain. So we have standards to address all of these issues. When it comes to conformity assessment, we are looking at the whole device. And the whole device here would be the actual wind turbine that you can see in the foreground of the picture there. But we're also looking at more to do with the energy transition and power generation that Manish highlighted in his slides there. So we're actually looking at projects as well. So if you look in the background there, you will see some other turbines. So we're looking collectively at what happens at a number of turbines operating interoperably in that sense. And the same applies both in the PV sector and also in the marine energy sector. How do standards and conformity assessment help in this transition that we're also keen to achieve? Well, I think they help in terms of global harmonisation. And although we're operating globally, this is all implemented locally in that sense. And this is where our standards and our conformity assessment can support, particularly in developing regions. The big challenge we have at the minute is in international cooperation. So by way of example, within the IECRE system, we now have 16 countries involved in that. We're a relatively new system, but we'd love to welcome more to join us. And with that, I'll hand back to Manish. Thank you.
Thank you, Alistair. Clearly, conformity is important. Thank you. I think talking about conformity, we did have a failure here. And welcome, Chi, back. And the floor is yours once again.
Thank you very much. Can you confirm that you can see my screen again?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me finish first. And so sorry for this network problem, caused from my side. And here's the result. I would like to continue just the point I stopped. Here's the results from organizations like saying that ICT can reduce the global GHG emission by 15 to 40%. From ITU, Then GSMA said that compared to the carbon footprint of mobile network themselves, the level of avoided GHG emission enabled by mobile telecommunication technology is 10 times greater by itself, Then Jesse also included that ICT can enable 20% reduction of global CO2 emission by 2030. And my organization, I'm fully engaged in this job. ICT can enable 12 to 22% of reduction of CO2 emissions to the industries all over China. So we can see that ICT enablement to the whole green development. And if we go a little bit into detailed how ICT can help, then there are three parts, in energy sector. First one is energy supply. From the energy supply, there are fossil energies and the renewables. For fossil energies, it will increase the energy efficiency from the power side, power plant, Then from the renewable energies, ICT technology, for example, AI, big data, can help these sectors to forecast what's the weather like, what will be the output power from the renewable energy, then coordinating with the traditional energy system and increase the percentages of green energy. This is the very good job, Then the second part, energy transmission, we can use ICT to help to decrease the energy consumption during the line. And another work is, for example, there is a digital twin technology can be used energy maintenance work, then to increase our efficiency and decrease the carbon emission from the maintenance work. On the utility side, energy consumer, for example, in industries, buildings, transportations, and other sectors, like, for example, now we are connecting virtually. Sorry for not going later because of another meeting. So we are together here to digital technology can help to increase the energy efficiency. One, for example, in the industry or factories, there's a platform to see how to controlling in a smart way to be more efficient and decreasing the GHG emission, maybe also promote the circularity. This is the point we can do. And again, back to ICT, we are talking a lot how ICT can help. Then another important aspect, ICT GHG emission, maybe it's not too much percentage. For example, from some reports public available saying that 4% of global GHG emission is from ICT, but it is increasing very rapidly, because we use ICT everywhere. So we can see from the picture here in the column that from data center and the network, energy is increasing rapidly, several times based on the 2020 to 2030. So this is the very important point. So we have to have a look at how 5G, for example, networks and the data center can be green. This kind of study also proceed. And again, because ICT also use energy, and there should be some green energy transition in ICT itself. Then we say they use green energy saving technologies, circularity in energy and the materials, and the management of GHG emissions and the optimization in a very accurate way. This is what ICT have to do. Then the last slide from my side is I would like to share what we exactly done in ITUT study group 5. Just now, our chairman Dominic already mentioned what is ITU doing, lots of topic, but focusing on the ICT, then we have standardization work already published, ITUT 1380 is smart energy solution for telecom sites, 81 is data center, 82 is telecommunication rooms. This is the smart energy series solutions series of recommendation, and 83 we go deeper to the smart energy solution for city and the home applications. Then we also now discussing, because now in Italy we have we are having the ITUT standardization study group 5 meeting, and proposing a new work item, smart energy solution for manufacturing industry, because this is a series, Then we also have under developing recommendation. For example, you can see on the screen that specification for waste heat reuse in telecommunication room and data center. And we also have net zero solutions, best practices to achieve net zero with ICT technologies. Then also best practices for decarbonization of a smart city and support of net zero. Then we are doing lots of work here, and also we invite all of our experts to be there, and we pushing together. So this is my last slide, and thank you very much for all of your attention, and I wish you a fruitful meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Shi. We move to our final panelist, Mr. Tayyip Y, who's the General Manager, Southeast Asia of Electrical Sector from Eaton. Over to you. So over to you, Mr. Y, if you are.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Hi. I hope, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen and can hear you very well. The floor is yours.
Yeah. Hi, good afternoon. So can you see my PowerPoint already?
Not yet, not your PowerPoint.
Not yet, okay.
I can see you.
Yeah.
Yes, we can see your PowerPoint now.
Yeah, but let me just make sure that it's showing the right screen. Just a minute.
Maybe you can start with whatever. Yeah.
Can you see my screen?
Perfect. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity. And today I would just like to touch about the topics about the intersection of digital transformation and the energy transition. So, based on the new S&P Global Market Intelligence report commissioned by Eaton Electric, assessing the intersection of digital transformation and energy transition across building, industrial, utility markets, and data center. Some of the quite interesting findings that I would like to share. First of all, right, results have shown that business would like to get more energy sources rather than just a traditional energy source, but the investment in digitalization is required to make it happen. Secondly, only 50% of the company are executing the digital strategy, and the rest are still considering or even have not even started having a strategy. And the last is less than a third of the company are tracking the key sustainability and energy intelligence metrics, and even fewer that having a digital enabling legacy system. And as you can see that we have a lot of opportunity to improve. Now, as you can see that there is a new power paradigm shift in the whole energy transition from traditional power generation to transmission and distribution. What we can see, what we are seeing that what is happening now is more renewable and a two-way power flow with the decentralized power is in the whole supply chain, right? And then the two major trends are driving the transformation of the energy world. One is digitalization. Second is a shift from a centralized unidirectional to distributed energy system. And these trends are, as well as the consumer needs, are driving the development of a microgrids application. Right. So everything is a grid is Eaton's approach to the energy transition. The energy transition is driven by progressively replacement of a carbon-based fuel with a renewable, the direct and indirect electrification of more application. More distributed generation and electrification is increasing. The bidirectional flow of energy and associated requirement for intelligent power management is required to balance the grid. So just think about it, when you see that everything as a grid, you can envision a future where a home user use an electric vehicle battery for backup power during blackouts, a data center power operation with a renewable energy store on site, and manufacture a lower operating cost by selling electricity back to the grid. So thanks. There is a short introduction about how Eaton is seeing the energy transition and the relationship with digitalization. Back to you, Manish.
Yeah, thank you. Let's spend the next about 20-25 minutes that we have on exchanging and going deeper in some of the topics that we've presented. So I would like to start with you, Padandan, about, clearly great to see the work that's being done, the challenge on one side of increasing the per capita, and then on the other side, the energy transition. Of course, it goes together. You talked about, so clearly there's an urgency of energy transition and the momentum that's been built with the G20 presidency. How does the government endorse the Bali Compact as a way forward in implementing this energy transition in Indonesia?
Well, thank you. I mentioned that we have Bali Compact. Bali Compact serves as the platform for us, for the cooperation, for the collaboration. I believe that in particular for Indonesia, probably we cannot work alone. We are, offering in that Bali Compact is that the cooperation, in particular, there are two things. The first is financing. The second is technology. So I think that two very important aspects to reach the net zero emission to go during the energy transition, it is there in the Bali Compact. And it is agreed, and it is, I believe, it will be supported by all of the members. So we believe that Bali Compact then will provide us with the platform for the acceleration. So I think that the one probably that coming, in my opinion, to see that this Bali Compact can do acceleration. The second one is, in Bali Compact, we also agreed to have the roadmap. It's not only the roadmap that I have shown to you earlier. I mean, Indonesia will add, for example, additional 1 or 2 gigawatt for next year, and then go like that. It is beyond of that implementation. For example, for the energy transition, we will need the storage, battery, say for example, battery. This will then require very specific materials, in which is not available in every country. So we are seeing that we will also be developing on that such kind of the very specific roadmap. So then we can improve, we can enhance the collaboration. So all will have the similar chance to get this material, to get this technology, and also to implement through the financing mechanism.
Well, thank you. I refer to one of the points that was mentioned by Lester, which was that 45% of the people are working on as an employment in the new energy sector. I think that's great news for most of the countries. And do you see the same thing? As you do that, it's going to generate substantial employment in Indonesia?
Yes, we are now preparing the green industry, for example. Yeah. So it's not only providing the product with the green aspects on the productions, but also how then to provide the green jobs to the people here. And we have seen, for example, for us here in the country, we are now the only country that implementing B30, biodiesel 30% coming from sustainable palm oil blended with the diesel fuel. We are already at that implementation. This year, we are blending of 10.5 million kiloliter, so 10.5 billion liter, put it into the tank for the diesel engine. And this, of course, absorb the green jobs from the off-farm and also the on-farm, in particular during the on-farm, in the plantation and also in the post-harvesting, and also during the process and distribution the logistic, for example. So it has proven to us that the energy transition is not only providing us with the green energy, with much better climate in the future, but also providing the sustainable and also, a better payment, for example, through this kind of the transition.
Okay, thank you, Pandangan. I move to Dominique, and thanks for sharing in detail how standards have been supporting the green agenda. I'd like to know more from you. Is the ITU is the third pillar of the international standardization in addition to ISO and IC. Could you elaborate a little bit more on the role of ITU in achieving the green agenda and the energy transition?
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, sorry, because sometimes sound is not very good, yes. Thank you, Manish, for your question. And indeed, as I mentioned previously in my slides, ITU is playing a key role. And let's say the point I wanted to highlight is really there may be two things. One I assessed at the end is we are working in close collaboration with some other, but more of all, in our work, we do work including a wide range of experts of all these domains related to ICTs and green. And these experts are coming from manufacturers, from telecommunications operators, from SMEs, from academia. That means that we include the research part, which is important, and to try to develop them into standards. We include the manufacturers and the operators. For example, there could be one concern. Very often the operators try to, let's say, impose or not, or it's a collaborative work, but just to say that they try to influence the manufacturers in the ecosystem in order to have eco-design products. And this is something which is quite important also because of that collaborative interaction between people. And at the end, what is important is in that wide range of membership, we do have administration, we do have regulators, because the telecommunication sector does have one specificity, is a very regulated activities. We are under, I shouldn't say under control, but is a domain where regulators play a key role in defining the rules, in defining the principle, the targets, and we see now more and more national regulatory authorities having put the green agenda to the highest top of their priorities, and also they participate in the work of ITUT Study Group 5. This is really important. And to say the outcome could be very valuable because there is some kind of, let's say, more than soft power, really a big influence of ITUT. Even if I said standards are voluntary or are based on the voluntary applications, as they are elaborated by this community, by this wide range of community, including experts of all parts of the world, that gives some kind of official recognition, or let's say more than a stamp, really a high-level body stamp that influence people, and with no contest, they take, all regulators, all administration do take these standards on board when they do establish their national policies, their national requirements, and things like that. And in addition to that, also, some of them, I'm from Europe, participate in our work, and they come to ITUT Study Group 5, for example, to develop some new products. For example, we do have on the works now the work which is committed by the European Commission. So we have also that part of, let's say, the European Commission is not a regulator, but is a high-level body for all the European countries. And they plan to develop a digital product passport, which is something that could be very valuable for all the ICT sector in our future. And this could be elaborated also within our group, so in collaboration with all the stakeholders I mentioned. So you see that that role is really quite important, not only for I2T Studio 5, but given the impact it does have for various activities, for various sectors, and for various in the applications of various policies. Thank you.
Noted that when you were presenting, you talked about act global through local groups. I think that makes it very inclusive in terms of the development of the standards that ITU is working on. I would go to Alistair, and you maybe a very basic question. I mean, as we start to talk about digital and the classical, electromechanical products, kind of coming together. Can you explain why, in this new context of energy transition, the international standards become so much more important?
Sure, no problem. Thanks for the opportunity, Manish. Probably, as you know, the IEC has a process whereby standards development work is governed, and that's governed on the basis of consensus. So within everything that we do, we try and achieve consensus. And in all cases, we eventually do achieve consensus. So the important thing is that everyone who is participating, their opinion, their view is equally valid in that sense. But what we end up with an international standard is something which has been agreed by those experts, which are generally global in that sense. So in terms, if I use wind as an example, so wind standards have been evolving since the late 1980s in that sense. So we've built up a huge repository of knowledge in that sense. So for people who are new to the industry, all of that information is there. In terms of how we deploy and we realize the targets that we want to achieve, we then have a baseline criteria. So that something, let's say a product that is developed in Asia and Indonesia, by adhering to the requisite standards, that can be globally accepted here in Europe or the Americas or wherever it happens to be. So we're consensus based. We agree what we're going to do. We baseline what the requirements are, and that helps with the globalization of what we want to do. So there really is a kind of business driver there as well. It's also helpful, I think, for governmental organizations to look to what is current industry best practice.
Yeah, Manish,
I would move to Chi and would like to kind of build on that. And what do you see is the role of standardization work for ICT enablement to green energy transition?
Thank you. Hello, can you hear me? It seems that,
yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the standardization work is very important. For digital and energy together, these are two parts, One digital side, ICT, we have some standards. Energy side, we also have some standards. But now we would like to combine, So standards can very good to lead the direction, how they can understand each other very well, and to overcome some challenges. For example, maybe digital side cannot understand what is in the energy side because it's very technical point, another sector. And from the people in energy sector, okay, I don't know what is the too much about, but yes, they are generally know, but too much about what is the cloud, what is the AI, 5G can be used in energy sector. So in this stage, we have to consider how they can collaborate this very well and how our standard can lead them to the quite right direction to achieve net zero targets. And with the standardization, we have very good quality of product Then we also have very reliable systems which can support our development of society. And also, as well as we have very good best practices. In our international organization, you find a lot of best practices to just take a reference to different parties to push forward the green energy transition. So this is the standard we can do. We can give very good support and a very good direction. This is my understanding. Thank you, Manish.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chi. I now move to Mr. Y. More on the, I would say, on the application side. You talked about everything as a grid. And if specifically have to ask you for some examples on data center application, data centers was also touched by Chi in her presentation. So it'll be good to hear from you on that.
Yeah, thanks, Manish. Can you see my screen? Just to confirm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as some of the speakers mentioned about data center, I think more than once time. And data center is one of the key segments that Eaton have been focusing a lot. And I would say that, for example, Indonesia, the country itself, right, data center have been growing tremendously with the investment from outside the country and also the locally, right? So if you look at how energy transition happening within the data center itself, right? One of the example I can share is how Eaton have collaborated with Microsoft. So we have this energy-aware UPS system where the electricity grid get the support or in the transition with the renewable energy. So how it works is the Eaton and Microsoft have added the digital capability to the UPS system, which allowed the use as distributed energy resources to support the grid from the power quality point of view and also the supply chain point of view, right? So one very important value as well that with that, right, we also can monetize the unutilized asset in the data center with the megawatts level that increasing in the data center in terms of sizes that we are building globally, right? So this is one of the examples that how energy transition have impact in the positive way from the data center itself. Back to you, Manish.
Yeah, thank you, and clearly giving the opportunities to have multi-application solutions being developed. Now we have 5 minutes left, and what I would like to do is maybe go through the panel and ask for your summary of your key takeaways that you would like to give to the audience. And we can start with you, Padandan.
Well, thank you. From the point of view of the energy sector, for us, the standard is technical requirement. So this is the start. Yeah, this is the beginning. So and I would like also to propose and also to echo the global harmonization on this, and then continue with the local implementation. We know that, for example, technology for hydrogen, then for energy storage, the ammonia implementation, for example, and also the battery itself, it is in the development, and Indonesia is having resources on this. We are rich in terms of nickel, mangan, for example, cobalt, but we are lacking in terms of the lithium, for example, and also graphite. So by having this, I mean through the preparation of standard, how to go to the fulfill requirement of the battery, for example, then at the we may hope also to have more collaboration in the industry itself. Thank you, Pak Manis.
Thank you, Padandan. Dominique.
Yes, thank you, Manish. So for me, as a main, let's say, takeaway from my session, I think there is a very big similarities, or let's say we do share exactly the same goals, in particular between the electricity sectors and the ICT telecommunications sectors. If I remember well, we have this common ambition to reduce by 3 to 5 times the CO2 emissions. We all agree to limit the global warming by 1.5 degrees. And I do think that ICTs can help to achieve that ambition. And that is our common goal. So that has been mentioned also not only by me, but also by She. There are various concrete actions. We do it locally, but also by on the development cycle of products, on the life cycle of products. We do use solar stations. We expand the life cycle of many devices, products. We do reduce the cost of the energy consumptions of the network, which is a big part. My colleague previously mentioned the consumption of data center, which are really important. So you see that, in my point of view, that is one of the big takeaway of that session today, that a cross-collaborative action between the sectors, the energy sectors, the ICTs, is really a mutual benefit. ICT, of course, is doing its best effort to reduce its consumption, but also can play a key role by helping the other sectors to reduce their consumption. And I think that is really important to achieve that target. And for the rest, as mentioned, we also are solidly convinced by the role of a local action. It's not only to develop, and as it has been said, we develop standards. They are really important. They're a critical part of the way to help to achieve this goal. These standards are consensus-based in IEC, in ISO, in ITUT, and that is really helpful, and that helps to their implementation, at the local level.
Thank you. We can move to Chi.
Thank you very much. Just to conclude that ICT technology, just now also Dominic mentioned, ICT technology played a great role to decrease the carbon emission for whole society globally, and also it's right time to take actions to push ICT itself green development. Just now our speaker mentioned a lot, data center, 5G, etc. It is very important. And international standard, or we say standards, will play a very important role as a supporter and also leader, I just mentioned, in this way to achieve the net zero goal. Thank you very much. Back to you, Anis. Thank you.
Thank you, Chi. I move now to Tayyip Y for your key takeaways.
Hi. Yeah. If I would to make a summary, right? I see a very close relationship between ICT or digitalization with energy transition, because of in order to achieve energy transition from a traditional to a renewable, I would say that the technology, the digital part, play a very important role. And at the end, what we would like to achieve is less carbon, a more resilient energy supply chain, and at a lower cost. Thank you, Manish.
Thank you. Thank you. And finally, your word, Alistair. You have the last word in the panel.
Thank you very much, Manish. Perhaps I can refer to your slides at the beginning of the session, where you talked about impact today and deployment tomorrow. And I think what we're doing within the standards and conformity assessment world allows us to get that impact today, and we already have that. But the development of our standards and the development of our conformity assessment will allow us to deploy in the future in the way that we must do in order to achieve the targets. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks to all the participants. My big takeaway is, as you were saying, it's about we have to act now. We have to act together, whether it's about resources, whether it's about across technologies, and it's only working together that we are able to get on this path of 1.5 degree and successful energy transition. Thanks to all the panelists and for the wonderful discussion.
Included the energy transition and also security session. And we thank you very much, Mr. Manish. Well done. And hopefully that the session is very impactful and also very fruitful for you. And again, thank you very much to all our speakers for the third session. G20 International Standards Summit 2022. Now we are proceeding to the last session, the last leg of this summit, and that is with the theme, how to reach net zero and also SDGs. Now the aim of this session itself is to demonstrate that international standards contribute significantly to targets and indicators of all 17 SDGs. Together with testing and certification, they allow to measure and improve climate impact of transportation, manufacturing, energy generation, and other vital infrastructure with the aim towards achieving zero emission policy objective. We'd like to introduce our keynote speaker for this session. We have Mr. Masamba Thioye as the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Without further ado, Mr. Masamba Thioye, the floor is yours for your keynote presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon to all the participants to this very important session. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to those that are following virtually. My name is Masamba Thioye. I'm leading the UN Climate Change Global Innovation Hub, which has been launched by the UNFCCC Secretariat at COP26 in Glasgow. Standard can and should support the development and upscale deployment of the transformative climate and sustainability solutions that are required for the SDGs and the net zero transition by helping address 4 important challenges. The first of these challenges is the move of focus from the expected future to the aspirational future. This is about promoting a moonshot mindset. Climate and sustainability goals are set most of the time based on what is perceived as possible. So corporate or government, subnational, generally, when they are setting target for climate and sustainability, they will look at the solutions that are already available, the technology already available, the financial instrument, the policy instrument that are already available. And this is on the basis of that they are setting goal and target. This does not provide room for innovation. This does not provide room for the development of climate and sustainability solution. And the main problem is that those that are at the climate and sustainability development side, if you ask them why we are lacking the transformative solutions that are required for a transition to net zero and for the achievement of the SDGs, they will respond because there is no demand for this type of solution. And there is no demand because of the low ambition. So it means that the lack of climate and sustainability solution on the one hand, and the low ambition in the other hand, are locked in a vicious circle where each of the two is at the same time cause and consequence of the other one. Now, the development of standard can contribute in breaking this vicious circle by promoting innovation for effective climate and sustainability action. For example, the way baseline is set in standard to measure the impact of climate action can be very decisive in promoting the mindset of the climate actor. So it can encourage the setting of target based on what is possible. The baseline reference is the performance of the best available technology or the performance of peers or the historical performance of the climate actor. It can also be based on what is needed. And in this case, the baseline reference is the 1.5 degree paceway. So based on how the standards set reference for the measurement of impact of climate action, it can contribute in encouraging the moonshot mindset where targets are defined based on what is needed or it can support the business as usual way of thinking, where targets are set based on what is perceived as possible. Another challenge standard can contribute in addressing is the promotion of a need-based and solution-oriented approach. Currently, when we are working on innovation for climate and sustainability, the tendency is to focus at the sectoral level, where innovation can only be incremental, because this is more about how do we improve existing products and services, for example, by reducing their carbon footprint. This is important, this has to be done, but it will not be enough to address the climate and sustainability challenge. We need more transformative type of climate and sustainability solution. And to do so, we need to go back to the core human needs that product and services are satisfying, and explore how innovative solution can be developed to support the development and upscale deployment of value chain that can contribute to satisfying the need while being aligned with a net zero world, while being aligned with the SDGs, for example, increasing biodiversity, contributing to enhance land regeneration, and ensuring that everything is done within the planetary boundary. Standard can contribute in promoting this system change thinking and a focus on needs that facilitate transformative innovation. For that purpose, they should move from addressing only decarbonization and emission reduction to also include addressing clean development and avoided emission. So it's not just about reducing emission of existing infrastructure, but this is about promoting a clean development, new way of satisfying the core human need with alternative value chains that can replace those value chains, those current value chains that do not fit in a net zero world. So in addition to supporting more transformative innovation, this standard focusing on clean development and avoided emission will be also more relevant to the global south. Because for the global south, for most countries, the challenge is not about reducing emission, because their level of emission is already very low. This is more about supporting development, but a development that will be aligned with the climate goal. Another challenge that standard can help address is the setting of climate and sustainability innovation goal. So the international community has set a global climate goal as well as the SDGs, but we have not translated these climate and sustainability goals into climate and sustainability innovation goal, so that those that are working in developing climate and sustainability solution can know what are the needs in terms of innovation, what type of innovation they need to prioritize. Standards that are built around backcasting normative scenario and theory of change can help fill the gap. So for example, if we take the core human need of nutrition and health, what we need is to be able to understand what are the innovations that are required to satisfy this core human need for 10 billion people by 2050, while being within the carbon budget that will be attributed to this core human need, while being aligned with all the SDGs, including being within the planetary boundary. So a standard that will allow to start from the nutrient that will be required, what are the needs in terms of nutrient for 10 billion people, and help translate this into product and value chain, and help identify what are the innovations that will be required in the value chain so that they can satisfy this core human need of nutrition while being within the climate and sustainability goal would be extremely useful. And there is a gap that standard can also fill. Finally, to address the challenge of climate and sustainability, we need integrated approach. Technology, it only will not be enough. We will need to have integrated approach where innovative technology will be combined with innovative policy instrument, innovative financial instrument, innovative business model, as well as social innovation, so that nobody is left behind. And all these things need to be integrated to form a cluster. And this is only with such type of combined response that we can address the challenge of climate and sustainability. But then if the response is a combination of all these things, to be able to measure the climate contribution of each component, we should be able to attribute the impact of the climate action to the policy instrument, to the financial instrument, to the technology, to the business model instrument. And we do not have currently a standard for that. This is another gap that standard can fill, that can also contribute to the development of transformative climate and sustainability solution. So standard can contribute in ensuring the well-being for 10 billion people by 2050 while being aligned with the climate and sustainability goal. It can also help reinvent the relationship among people and between people and nature, so that societies are generative rather than extractive, restorative rather than destructive, and empowering rather than alienating. And people have purposeful, meaningful work that they enjoy that enables them to use their passions and talent. Only then it will contribute in achieving the vision of peace, security, and human dignity on which the UN is founded. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Masamba Thioye, for your keynote speech. And alongside with Mr. Masamba Thioye, also we have our honorable speakers, whether in person and also be joining us virtually. But I would like to invite for those speakers that is here in Bali, Indonesia. First and foremost, we'd like to invite Bapak Ari Sugianto, Director General of the Agency for Standardization of Environment and Forestry Instrument of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Silakan, Bapak. And also joining us, Mr. Vimal Mahendru, IEC Special Envoy for UN SDGs and CEO of Voluan Strategic. An applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. We are also joined by our speakers that have been joining us virtually. We have Ms. Kaya Axelson, Net Zero Policy Engagement Fellow, University of Oxford, Strategic Advisor to the Race to Zero campaign, and also Neil Sahota, Co-Chairman, ITUT Focus Group on Environmental Efficiency for Artificial Intelligence and Other Emerging Technologies, IBM Watson, University of California, United States. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, and also fellow delegates, we would like to give this time to Bapak Ari Sugianto to give your opening remarks. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
A very good afternoon for colleagues that attend this meeting in person in Bali, and also good morning, maybe good evening for participants that join online. Firstly, I would like to congratulate and also pass my highest appreciation for IEC, ISO, ITU, and also WTO, and especially BSN Pak Kuku and colleagues that have been organized this important meeting that give opportunity for us to share our view regarding the role of standard to tackle some important global issues such as sustainable development and also combating the climate change. I think we can go to my fourth slides. Please next. Okay, as the background, Indonesia as an archipelagic nation that surrounding by ocean and sea is very highly vulnerable with the climate change. And it's been proved by the data from the National Agency for Disaster Management that shows we experience a very sharp increase of the natural disaster in the period of 2011 to 2021. And it is the proof that we are facing the real threat on this, and that's why Indonesia is very serious to handle the climate change. Next, please. Next. Next. Okay, to talk about the history of our involvement in the Paris Agreement, that after the Paris Agreement in 2015, Indonesia has been ratified the agreement by the Act number 16, 2016. And that year, we also submitted the first NDC. Our first NDC following by the updated NDC in 2019, and last September, we also has prepared for the enhanced NDC based on the decision 1 GMA 3 of the Paris Agreement that require state to have a more ambitious target on the climate change. Next, please. If we talk about the climate action related to the SDGs, it is clear that the climate action is become one of 17 SDGs target that we just put it in the target number 13, and we also aware that these targets are not stand alone, but have been interrelated, interlinked with other targets in the SDGs. As IPCC mentioned that the target on climate action has a close relation with the target number 3 on health, target number 7 on clean energy. Obviously that the previous section, Pak Catatan also mentioned about this, the target number 11 on cities and communities, number 12 on responsible consumption and production, and also target number 14 on ocean. But it's not only that, it will be related with other target too. Based on the target number 13.2, that integrated climate change measure international policies and strategies, it will be fit with what Indonesia has been done. Next, please. This is our strategies, how to achieve it, started from the vision for how we tackling the climate change up to the monitoring the implementation of the action. Next, please. We talk about the net zero emission in Indonesia as well as other part of the world. we will have to consider two basic action regarding the mitigation and also the adaptation. For the mitigation, Indonesia also have scenarios for four sectors like the others, for energy, for agriculture, forest and other land use, for industry, for waste, and also and based on that, Indonesia has a current situation, current scenario, transition, and also the scenario that based on the compliance with the Paris Agreement. All of this mitigation achievement will be related to how we can do in the operational in the field. And those operationality will be depend on the role of the standard. Because if we don't provide standard for the implementation, I think we don't have enough time to ensure the implementation will be done by the stakeholder that responsible for that implementation. The situation also will imply to the adaptation side of the climate change action. Next, please. Like I said previously, on last month, September, Indonesia has launching the Enhanced National Development Contribution that will be officially submitted in the next COP in Egypt. And based on our new NDCs, we increase our ambition that previously unconditionally we have commitment to reduce the greenhouse gases by 29%. Now we have a commitment to get 31.89%, and conditionally we increased by 41% to 43.2%. Next, please. And if we look at the profile of our NDCs, please, next. Maybe it's different with the other or most other country. In Indonesia, the one that have biggest contribution in reduction of the emission will be the forest and other land use. Energy become the second largest contributors. From the last session, we know that in the most countries, energy become the first contributors. In Indonesia, follow is the first one. And if we look at this profile, the follow sectors have responsible to almost 60% of Indonesia target of emission reduction, while energy is only 35%. So Indonesia, especially the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, focusing to implement this commitment to reduce at least 31% to 2030. And we have launching the commitment by what we call it a follow netting 2030 that will ensure that our commitment will be achieved by its time. If we look at this figure, we hope that on 2030 we can not only can get net, but we will have a surplus from the follow sectors. Besides the follow that we launched last year, the government of Indonesia also have some policy that will in line with the emission reduction from the forest and other land use. Among others, the policy that we have been developed is the policy to terminate the new permit and improve the governance of primary natural forest and peatland, and also the monitoring on oil palm plantation, moratorium on the palm oil plantation, the forest and land fire control permit, peat damage control and also restoration, restriction on change in forest area allocation for the non-forestry activities, social forestry program, and also the law enforcement.
Bali,
Next, please.
excuse me.
Yeah.
Bali, I have to interrupt. You only have one
Okay.
one minute
Next,
left.
please.
Thank you.
Next. This what we want to achieve by ensuring the legal basis to achieve the goals with the scope of emission with the energy, industry, agriculture, and follow, and also waste management. Next, please. By that, Indonesia, following the guidance of IPCC 2006 and its supplement and refinement, we produced a ministerial regulation number 733/2017 that give guidance for the implementation and reporting of the national greenhouse gas inventory. Next. It is the modality of our methodology determination. Next, please. And based on that, we produced a methodology book that give a result of determination for energy sectors, industry, waste, forestry, and also agriculture. Next, please. The role of standard. Next. I think there are two kinds of standards that we need to prepare. The one is how we can calculate to measure the greenhouse gases, and most of the standard has been provided by the IPCC. But the second that, like also Mr. Masamba mentioned in the remarks, that we also need to have a standard on the mitigation and adaptation action, and this standard should be specific for every type of activities, and only by this we can ensure the target of the climate change action and also SDGs can be achieved. I think this is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ali, for your presentation on this session. And now also I'd like to greet our speaker, Kaya Askelson, and also Neil Sahota. You are all the way in Europe and also America, so we're going to go straight forward with our questions. And later on, before we conclude our session, we'll give time for our speakers for the closing remark itself. Now, maybe we can proceed to you first, Kaya. Ms. Kaya, when we're discussing about sustainability, particularly if we move specifically to climate-related topics like carbon neutral or net zero, are these words fully understood parallelly, right? Are we in the same wagon to understand the same meaning and the fundamentals of it? What's your take on this, Ms. Kaya?
Thanks so much for that question. I think this is why standards are so important. They help us define goals, not just terms. And net zero and carbon neutral, they're both goals. So carbon neutral is a goal on the path to net zero. Net zero is both a global goal, but I think now we have the challenge as nations, as regions, as states, cities, companies, to define that global goal at an organizational or entity level. And what is so valuable about the process that we've just been through with the IWA 42, the International Working Agreement on Net Zero, is that we have helped to bring together the common definition from the voluntary initiatives landscape from other standards into one common document that helps to say, for organizations, this is when you can claim net zero. And this is really important for avoiding greenwashing, for lowering uncertainty, and that's important for investors, right? That's important for emerging markets to be able to build trust, to say, look, we have followed these guidelines. We can say that we're net zero. There's a big distinction between carbon neutral and net zero that most people don't understand. And I want to just get into that briefly. Carbon neutrality is something where you're working on your emissions reductions, you're using those innovative technologies and solutions that Masamba spoke about, you're deploying everything you can at scale, but you're not quite there yet. And so you invest in credits in the market to help someone else either drive down their emissions or to remove carbon from the atmosphere. Net zero is a point in time that we hope will sustain over many decades thereafter, in which you've done absolutely everything you can. You have a small bit of residual emissions, and then those have to be balanced with removals. It's no longer an exchange where you say, I'm going to help someone else reduce, because at that point, everyone needs to reduce as far as they can, and it's balanced with removals. So net zero is a stricter definition. Net zero covers all scopes, including your supply chain. And net zero is harder to do. And we have to acknowledge, I think we've seen in previous presentations, there's a lot of technology we need to scale very rapidly. And there's a lot of investment that is going to save us money in the long term if we invest now to get to net zero. And so as these terms are emerging, consumers are able to see the difference between, say, a carbon neutral product. Okay, that means there's probably some credits there. They're not quite there on their net zero pathway, and say a net zero target for an organization. And what is so important about that is that consumers are very concerned about greenwashing, about integrity. And I'll leave this question on a last stat. We've seen in the past year, net zero targets among the largest companies in the world have grown from 1 in 5 companies to 1 in 3 companies. But underlying those net zero targets is a real lack of integrity. There is not enough of a robust plan to get us all the way to that very strict standard of net zero. And so when we have these standards, these guidelines, it gives people a roadmap and a common certainty of what we're all doing together. And that can help galvanize implementation behind ambition.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kaya. What's your take on that, Mr. Vimal, about net zero and also carbon neutral? We need to have a standardization, so we're in the same. Again, like I said, we're in the same wagon on this.
Whenever Kaya speaks, I listen intently because I end up learning a lot more than even sharing. But coming back to your question, I think I totally agree with the point she's making about net zero being a little bigger challenge for the society than just carbon neutral. And I think ultimately our objective is to reach net zero. And that carbon neutrality is an interim step in that direction. And from that perspective, it's important that we create a pathway to lead to net zero. I personally feel that international standards are already bringing a lot of these innovations required on this journey for us. I think today, from the hall and from the previous sessions, what I've learned, everyone agrees that standards are important and integral. The question is how to use them and how to use them in a resource-efficient manner. We don't have unlimited amount of resources, talent available or time available with us to deliver on whatever we need to. And in this, I want to bring the experience of India. In about 2014, when the current government came to power, at that time, the Indian government was clearly saddled with a huge, huge issue of electricity access. I'm not sure how many of you are aware. India has had at that time in 2014 about 320 million people without any electricity access. So these are not people who were not switching on lights for a romantic dinner or going on a camping trip for 2 days. These are people who were living in homes and huts and dwellings which were not even wired for electricity. Imagine that. And imagine being the country which on one hand is one of the largest population countries in the world. We are aspiring to be a global power. We are already the fourth largest economy. And yet this is where a large part of our fellow citizens are. And I think that's what the government started to change in India. And it started working on electricity access standards. Thankfully, within IEC community, there was a lot of support for this standard and standards work. And I'm very proud of the fact and humbled that it is now an international standard available for countries saddled with this issue. I think Manish Pant mentioned that there are about 1 billion people worldwide even today, out of which the largest population is still in India. But total 1 billion people who are not having any electricity at all. Imagine 21st century, we're talking about digital transformation and industry 4.0 and AI and everything else. And yet on the other hand, people don't even have electricity. That's a challenge. And I think to really bridge that in a sustainable manner so that we are able to achieve our net zero targets also, I think that's what we need to do. So I don't think there is any fuzziness about what we need to do. It's about how we need to go there.
Yeah, so it's very clear and transparent on that. Now, again, we're willing to have Neil Sahoda to join us on this panel as too. Hi, Neil. Good evening. I think it's around 2 o'clock in your time, if I'm correct. Sorry for taking your time.
Almost.
Okay, it's good to have you here, Neil. Again, because we heard Mr. Masamba Theo's speech that we need to find the right balance between pushing innovation forward, but also it has to be practical, right, to implement it. So what role does innovation technology plays in achieving SDGs, and how can we strike the right balance between innovations while maintaining practicality and also scalability on this?
It's a great question, and it's, I think, the ultimate challenge when it comes to any kind of emerging technology. I mean, we've already heard about some, well, great examples and things we have to look for. So we've already seen that things like, the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, the metaverse have been, useful tools for us in trying to achieve net zero. The challenge is how do we balance what we're doing, the innovation with, well, standardizations and regulations, because there's always a concern is that we might try and do too much, cause some unfortunate other impacts. Like we've already seen that as we use a lot more machine learning, our computing needs are rising up, our data needs are rising up, and well, now we're building lots more data centers, right, and lots more servers, and we forget the interconnectedness of anything is that while we're maybe solving one issue on one side, we might be creating another issue on the other side. And I think that's why the standardization is really going to be important for us. We're so focused as technologists on kind of the what are we doing? We tend to forget the how and how we balance that out. And I think Kai actually said it really well that the standards are more than just like terms. They're kind of like, guideposts to help actually coordinate, funnel our work so that at least we're aware of some of these interconnections and aware of what we can actually do to at least limit downward impact in other areas. I mean, one big movement right now is green coding. We don't think about CPU usage. We don't think about, memory usage that much because it's cheap, it's abundant. But it's like, okay, well, what difference does it make if there's one person and they're using a little bit more energy, a little bit more, HVAC, that kind of stuff to run a program, but they might be running that program a dozen times a day. And it's not just one user, it's potentially millions of users, and that's just one software package. There's millions of software packages. You see how things quickly add up. And so some of the work that we're actually doing with our focus group in the ITU is to try and help define some of these standards, but increase that awareness among engineers and technologists about this interconnectedness, so that the standards, they're valuable and they're useful, but it helps us drive to our overall goals around climate science, combating climate change, and actually getting to net zero.
Yes, thank you you very much, Neil. And if you were talking about climate change, I think, I'm coming to my almost 35 years. I mean, this is something that I've, here when I was in elementary school, now is really happening. And that's just in the current of only 3 decades. And now it's finally here, and we already can feel it too. Now, going to Bapak Ari Sugianto, you already gave the presentation. And it seems that Indonesia's right now is on the same goal of UN SDGs, whether that's in the national level and also international level. We already saw from your presentation how the strategy is. We know the how. Now, how can we achieve the target itself, Bari?
Thank you. For the simple answer is just because the SDGs target is fit with Indonesian challenge. Indonesia may be the fourth largest population in the world, and even though we have a high GDP, but we have a challenge of the population. Maybe it's like India facing. So I think it's a good opportunity for Indonesia to implement the SDGs as an opportunity to prepare a population that will be growth, and we develop a sustainable, inclusive, prosperous, resilient, and integrated manner. That also Pak Musamba said it's leaving no one behind. Indonesia is committed in 2030 agenda of SDGs through the enhancement of the presidential decree number 59 2017 that is give guidance on the implementation of the SDGs in Indonesia that mainstream the target into our national midterm plan that mainstream the SDGs target all of the development plan in Indonesia. And if we talk how we can ensure that it has also impact to the global, as mentioned, I think the SDGs target not only interlink among its target, but also transboundary. So it will have a global impact, such that like what I mentioned on the target number 13. I believe that if we cannot have achievement, but globally, I think it will be have a. But I think it is a global effort. It cannot only one or some country that doing that, but it should be all of us doing that. So it means that every action on one country will be impacted all the result globally. I think this.
Thank you very much, Bapak Ari. Mr. Masambetio, you're still on board here with us. Before we proceed to the second round question that's more focused on net zero, do you have any responses or add on this first round?
Yeah, I think one aspect I would like to further highlight is that the standard can play really an important role in redirecting the direction of travel of our society. And this is not just about, let's say, measuring the impact of action. This is something important, but standards are expected to go even beyond that, to become a leverage point that one can act on to facilitate the development and implementation of the right policy instrument, the policy that are supporting successful implementation of the climate goal and the SDGs. But for standard to be able to play that role, they need to reinvent themselves. So they need to reinvent themselves, focusing on what is relevant rather than on what seems possible or desirable. So by focusing on what is needed, what is relevant, they can leverage innovation to have alignment between what is relevant, what is acceptable, and what is possible. One example of effort in that direction is the international workshop agreement that was mentioned by Kaya, that has been introduced recently by ISO as a way of speeding up the process of development of standards. This is a response to what is needed, and that's very positive because it's the kind of change of mindset. Instead of taking a long time to develop a product in a complex environment that is volatile, and then maybe before the end of the process, the environment has changed and your product is no more relevant. What ISO is trying now to do through this IWA for, let's say, the standard for the big challenge, is to do something that make possible a prompt start. So you develop a product very quickly, but it's not a final product. It will be implemented, lessons learned from the implementation for further improvement. I think these are the type of things that need to be explored, and we need to continue to work on how standards can reinvent themselves so that they can best serve people. That's something really important. The focus should be serving people.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tioe, on that. Now we'd like to proceed to the second round where this discussion will be focused on net zero. We're going to go to Ms. Kaya first. Now shifting to this matter, from your experience, what are the biggest obstacles to overcome, achieve net zero? And are you optimistic there is tangible progress towards achieving net zero? And what risk if we don't change now, Ms. Kaya?
Thank you for this question. I work with climate scientists, and I can tell you that we have a huge risk, an unprecedented risk at our fingertips. And the biggest barrier to us weathering this in a way that prevents millions and millions of deaths, going back to Masamba, what matters is the people, and the people who will suffer more or suffer less if we don't act. People think that climate change is a carbon cliff where we either solve it or we don't. It's not true. How many more people will suffer is the question. And that comes down to investment and how quickly we massively scale the technology that will get us there. That means green hydrogen. That means unprecedented scaling of a removal technology, because we've actually passed a threshold at which we can do this through reducing our emissions alone. We also need to suck emissions back out and store them in the long term. And that will require standards, of course, because when you have a new technology, the only way to give investors certainty is to make sure that there's, the best minds working on it with the best practice being agreed. And so we need standards that develop just as fast as we need these technologies, to Masamba's point. But the biggest barrier that I see for us achieving net zero globally is that most of the NDCs are not sufficiently backed by policy and regulation. And standards are one piece of that. Standards can help us convene and agree on what should be in that policy and regulation. But if we don't have the regulation, then there's a huge tail of companies that we're seeing. It's the ambitious ones that are showing up right now and saying, I commit, and figuring out their plans. But there's a huge tail behind them of companies that have no incentive to commit until government says, this is a priority for us. We're going to shift our procurement policies. So we're not going to buy from your companies as a government, and we hope others don't either, unless you have a strong climate plan that keeps people in mind, that has a just transition associated. We need to require transition plans from companies, because right now what we're seeing is commitments, a few interim targets, but we're not seeing the detail that we need to give us the assurance that those risks, those huge costs that will be placed back onto taxpayers, back onto society, will be avoided. we have developed a term in Oxford called stranded assets. And what we estimate is that there will be a huge number of stranded assets coming in the next 2 decades even, and beyond that. And who is going to pay for cleaning up those assets when, in particular, the fossil fuel industry has sat on their hands for too long and failed to retire or move to clean technology? And so I think that what we really need to focus on in 2023, and what I think will be a rallying cry at COP27, is the need for policy, regulation, and standardization can help come in as a boost to support quick innovation to update those policies as new technologies, new solutions emerge. And what I think is hopeful about that is that if we have regulation and policy, it evens the playing field, and it says, you who are leading, you companies who are leading, you may now have all of the market in the world to do what you want to do, to facilitate this fast transition that we need. And it gives this competitive race to net zero, which we need in order to scale technologies faster than we ever have. We are going through the great economic transition of history. And the next 2-3 decades are going to be what make or break our ability to have huge parts of the world be able to be comfortable sitting outside, to have huge parts of the world avoid the kinds of floods that we've seen. Small example, there was a hurricane. I'm from the US, I'm from North America. There was a hurricane recently. The eye of that hurricane was the size of a very similar hurricane in the exact same place just a few years ago. The eye of that hurricane, that is the scale on which the global climate sphere is changing. And we need to move our policy and our politics as fast as that hurricane is moving across North America.
Yes, Kaya, we've seen a lot of natural disaster that's been happening for this 1 year alone, and it's not even ending of 2022. And regardless of Kaya and her statement, Mr. Vimal, she was actually saying, you know, there's a lot of private sectors, especially in emerging countries, when it's not a policy yet. They're saying, okay, I'm going to take my time until the policy is there, and then I'm just going to go follow through. Now, because it seems that we're on the crossroads right now, Mr. Vimal. You know, green has become a trend now. Everybody wants to be a part of the green lifestyle, right? So the reality, you know, there are some companies, industries are financially driven, because we know if you want to be green, you have, you know, more capital, more investments and whatnot. And the perception also achieving net zero requires significant, again, as I said, investments. Now, on the other side, on the other hand, consumers, of course, want a safe and healthy planet. But then again, when they see the price tags going up, they're like, no, you know, I'm not going to go for that. So, you know, what is the solution for this? Because it seems it's just, you know, ticking back and forth. It's like the tug and pull road right now, Mr. Vimal.
I wish I had a magic wand or a solution which could be a quick fix for this, but I don't have one. But I think this is a question which has to be looked at multiple levels. One, is really innovation going to increase the costs? There are actually innovations available today. If done on scale, costs will come down and we'll get benefits that we want in terms of getting toward carbon neutral, net zero eventually. So I think, one, we have to look at those innovations, and they are within our grasp. How quickly can we adopt them on scale? That is one point. The second, I think, I want to talk to some of the private sector players, you know, as Kaya was also mentioning. Today, fact is that some companies are leading the way in becoming sustainable and working on sustainability solutions. Schneider is one of those, and Manish here is representing this company, you know, but there are several who are waiting, you know, as Kaya mentioned, either waiting for policy to happen or, hey, listen, you know, we don't have anything to do with it, you know, let somebody else do it, and when it's really necessary, we'll do it. They're perhaps still measuring themselves on traditional metrics or driven purely by financial numbers. And I think that's something we need to question for the future. The third, I think, how many of us really believe that we as consumers can continue to do what we have been doing traditionally? I think we need to make the whole issue personal also. Can I really say that somebody else will innovate, somebody else will spend money on it, somebody else will take care of greening of the environment, but my lifestyle is my lifestyle, and I need my next phone and my next car and my next whatever, and I can, we are here in Bali. I go every morning to the beach. I still see, people throwing away trash on the beach. I mean, are we going to change our lifestyle, our own approach? How do we individually interface with this? I think so we need to address that also. I think if we expect others to change but not changing ourselves, I don't think it'll. We all have to be in it. Our skin has to be in it. Our pockets have to be in it. Then only we'll be able to find a solution which will work for the world. If I believe that you should change and the rest of the world should change, but hey, don't touch me or my life or my lifestyle or my living, I think we are missing the point.
So we have to take ourselves out of our comfort zone. And, some people are saying, I don't think, I'm quite okay right now, but we're already seeing like climate crisis and what's happening right now. There's no more planet to live on if you don't change right now.
Exactly. One of the things I have learned is if you're getting easy answers, then you're not even asking the right questions. We need to ask tough questions so that we get tough, difficult answers out of it, which means we have to really personalize the message. People talk about, hey, let's save the planet, and, but I need to sustain my business, and, for business, I need to do this. The fact remains, our planet is a shared planet for humanity. This has to survive and thrive if we have to go forward. For the planet to survive, we need to make sure that the society also is thriving. It cannot be that the planet survives, but the society is degenerating or going down. And if society thrives, then only business will thrive. So it's like a three-layered thing: planet, society, and business. All three have to survive and thrive, not one at the cost of other, but all of them together. I think then we are finding good solutions which will work for a long time for us.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Vamal. Now we're going to head over to Bapak Ari Sugianto. Again, we want to kind of respond to what Ms. Kaya had stated before about policy efforts. Do you think we will accelerate change, Bapak Ari, with our policy efforts? Will it accelerate the change to the goals that we're looking after? And what role can standards play then?
Okay, I think based on the Paris Agreement framework, the commitment to reduce the greenhouse gases become mandatory for the nations, and that commitment should be translated into the operational level at the field. And by that, I think, we also recognize that communities, some private sectors, others have also voluntary action to tackle the climate change. But if we only work with the voluntary basis, I think that we cannot achieve the target that we have to get that. So that's why the strong commitment and government policy will guide the achievement of that commitment. And that's not only guidance, but the government should also provide incentive. It should be provide guidance, and on that guidance at the practical level, it will be implemented by the provide the standard. The government also need to have, for instance, maybe good law enforcement for the parties that has not achieved, maybe not by sanction, but by this incentive and others. All of this will bring us to achieve the target for not exceeding the 1.5 degrees Celsius. And like Mr. Rufano said that it's all for one, right? We cannot only achieve one and left the others, but we have to at least the three aspects that the planet, the community, and the
business. Yeah. So in your response to this is the regulations is incentive, especially for the playmakers and overall of the structure itself. Now we're going to go to Neil for our last question for this round. It is a fun question for you, Neil. What is the one innovation or new technology that is going to have or has the potential to have the biggest impact to achieving net zero? Again, Mr. Vermal was also mentioning before that technologies and innovation, it doesn't need to have a huge price tag on it. What's your take on that, Neil?
It's a great question. I think if we're talking about the one technology that's going to help us move the needle, it's really the combination of artificial intelligence and the metaverse. I mean, we just heard from the last two panelists, we have a lot of balance and focus on people, planet, profit. We heard the theme around, or the keyword around action, and really the theme is around action driven by standards. And that's what I think artificial intelligence and the metaverse, combining them together, actually gives us. We've actually done some work the last couple of years in this field, and we find this actually enables the two key drivers to get people into action, which is really helping them feel the pain and helping them understand how their actions, or particularly micro actions, drive change. So as much as I live in California, most people believe in climate change, we're concerned about it. Most people may not really change their behaviors because they don't feel the pain on a daily basis. That's unfortunate, because as human beings, we're kind of wired for that fast moving immediate threat. When something's moving in the bushes, we react to that. Unfortunately, climate change has been, decades in the making. It's kind of slow moving, and since we don't feel the pain, we don't have the same level of urgency and motivation. But we found that you thrust someone into a digital twin or virtual world where they can actually experience climate change, not just like, showing it through the future, but also what's happening in other parts of the world. That is a visceral pain for people. That's a big motivator. You couple that with, again, the interconnectedness and impact, showing people that, yeah, you're one person, climate change is this huge issue. How are we going to get to net zero? I can't make a difference. Well, micro actions are actually powerful. And if they take these micro actions, you can see what happens in the metaverse, but the AI can aggregate that based on what also other people are doing. Like, where I live, we're very focused on water bottling filling stations to try and eliminate single-use plastic. And so like every time I go fill up, there's a little counter there that shows like, hey, this month at this station, we've already saved 55,000 plastic bottles. So even though I'm one person and maybe I'm saving 30, 40 bottles a month, my actions of all these other people are translating into literally millions of bottles being saved per month. And I think we can actually expand that out. Small things, adopt a house plant, office plant, bike to work a day. I know these things sound like they're not going to make a lot of difference, but you're really going to be one of 100 million people doing that. Yeah. And that's why I have real confidence, and we've seen the results, that metaverse, the digital twins, augmented by artificial intelligence, can show people the pain and help them understand that how their micro actions do move the needle towards net zero.
Thank you very much, Neil, on that. And like you said, every little step matters, and especially if there's a domino effect on that. We're going to come back to you, Mr. Massamateo, as the overall closing remarks. But we are, it's getting more interesting, but time really does separate us. So with that said, we would like to have a short remark to conclude from Ms. Kaya Axelson first.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I really believe in the power of people to make a change, but I don't think it's going to be, this is maybe controversial, but I need to bring this in. I don't think it's going to be through a million tiny little actions. I think it's going to be through sensitive intervention points where people who have agency, who are in government, who are in power, start to change structures so that people feel that they can do the right. And I think that if we sit here and we tell you, everybody go home, everyone recycle, everyone ride your bike, everyone feel it a little better, people have a lot to do. People are busy, they're time poor, and we need the policy to make sure that companies can no longer use certain materials that don't make sense from an efficiency perspective. And we need the investment from governments as well. Last stat from me, it will cost us, Bloomberg estimate, about 1.8 trillion to solve climate change. It will cost us 7 times that much if we don't. And so if you just think about it from a cost, from an economic perspective, those people who are struggling or trying to pay their bills, they are going to thank you if you invest now at the government level and at the corporate level as well. So those who can do more would be my last statement.
Thank you very much on that, Ms. Kaya. And I love on every discussion when we do have different perspective, because when we do have different perspective, then we have more options towards the solution. Now head to you, Mr. Vimal Mahendru, for your closing remarks on this.
One, I fully echo what Kaya just said. I think those who can do more must do more. But let me share a small story which kind of summarizes how I feel about this whole topic. India, as I mentioned in the beginning, has huge challenges of electricity access, very basic electricity access. And in 2014, the then Prime Minister wrote to BIS, the Bureau of Indian Standards, saying that, hey, listen, we have these challenges. What can you do about electricity access? And are there any standards for DC microgrids? Because we hear that can be done quickly. And of course, in BIS, there was not at that time much knowledge on this. And I was involved in the industry association in India. And we said, well, let's go to IEC and, check with IEC what they can do. Of course, when we went to IEC, we came to know about this, and then the standardization work started at IEC. But when I came back to India in 2014, after having this discussion in IEC, I said, well, what does electricity access really mean? I come from relatively humble backgrounds, personally, but even I don't know what really lack of electricity means. So I actually decided to go to a village which had never been electrified, about 150 kilometers east of Mumbai, which is a big metropolis. I'm sure many of you have been there. A small village, only 22 huts. And it was a stark image. The whole village was only old men, a few old women. That's it. The younger generation had all moved to the cities for opportunities. One old man was sitting outside weaving baskets, because only during the daylight, bamboo is a local resource. He was making baskets, making about 10 baskets a day and able to go and sell in the market. And there was nothing else. The moment the sun went down, pitch dark, no action. Nothing literally in that village. And the same thing is repeated day after day, Now, the government set up a big program of basic electricity access to just provide a simple light bulb. Just a simple light bulb. In 2017, when I checked back, it was a totally changed scenario. The same old man, what he did, take a guess. He could continue to weave baskets when he went indoors, because bamboo was a free local resource. His output, just by one light bulb installed, went up by 40%. What does it mean? 14 baskets a day instead of 10. And the rest of the 4 baskets were pure profit for him. Guess what he did with the extra money he was making? He actually got his mobile phone. Why? Because all the children were out in the city. It connected him. His quality of life improved. He was not dependent on just the basket weaving. The message I took from there and I want to share with you is, I think we have to personalize this whole thing. I'm sure all of us in this, most of us in this hall, we have children and grandchildren. What kind of world we want to leave for them? That's where we need to connect. And I think answers are available, but walking the talk, even if it is tough, I think that should be our motivation. I inherited a beautiful world. I could drink from the stream or the lake water. Can we do that today? Can we aspire for a better world for everyone, including our grandchildren? I think about that image. Thank you.
Inspirational closing remarks and also story. Can we have an applause, please, for Mr. Vimal Mahendra? Now also to Bapak Ari Sujianto, your last remarks.
Yeah, I think it's very important for us to have a clear vision and also strong commitment in this. Like just Kaya mentioned that the situation that we are facing is unprecedented. So we never have experience to handle this situation. And I think maybe it's too exaggerate, but I think it's the kind of survival of us, of human race. So we need to have a very serious and standard. Will, in my view, it's not just standard, it's the way to us to give access for everybody how to tackle the climate change. Because we have no time to learn, to everybody learn by themselves. Yeah. Because it's it cannot, no point of return that if we fail to tackle this, it means that we will maybe...
That's the end game. Yes, thank you very much to Bapak Ari Sujianto. And now I'd like to head to Mr. Neil Sahota for your last remarks. Neil.
Well, we know that failure is not an option. So, look, at the end of the day, we all have to play a part in this. As individuals, there's small things we can do, things that we're willing to do, we should do them. Governments, companies, large organizations need to help do the big things. Look, we have powerful tools and technology, but they're tools, they're not solutions. Unless we change some of our behaviors, unless we change some of the way we build things, we think we even design things, we're not going to achieve our goals. I think that's really the key thing here. And there's lots of people that are motivated, and there are people doing things, which is great. This is, I think, where we need to channel actions to create synergy. And this is where standards can help us. It can be kind of those guideposts so that we're funneling our efforts together to solve this large problem than trying to do everything piecemeal. So I think that's one of the powerful things we have to do through regulation and policy, create the awareness, but incentivize and motivate people to make this change, because we all know we're pretty much out of time.
Thank you very much for that, Neil Sahota. And also to conclude, Mr. Masame Tioe, for your final thoughts and also to conclude this session, please.
Yeah, thank you. I think the challenge of climate and sustainability are so important and complex that we will need to act at all levels and on all the leverage points. So definitely we need to change behavior. And for that, we need to work with the culture and creative industry that and the technologies that are linked to that, like what was mentioned, metaverse and artificial intelligence, to support a change of behavior that is aligned with the climate and sustainability goal. But that would not be sufficient. We need to have a system change to support the change of behavior. Just asking people to change their behavior in the same system will not work. We need a system change. The system change will need to, will request us to act on regulation and policies, and their standard has a very important role to play, because most of the time you need first a standard, and then which is voluntary, and then you will check whether all the recommendations are easily implementable and you can turn it into a regulation. So first standard and then regulation could be very useful. But we need also to innovate. So, and innovation is a very important leverage point. It can help disrupt those value chains that are not aligned with the 1.5 degree goal and the SDGs. And this is why, in my view, entities that are waiting for regulation to change their behavior may be surprised, because the need to change may come from different points. It could be a regulation, it could be a change of preference of the consumer, it could be new value chain that are disrupting the value chain on which you are operating. And to avoid that, I think it is important that even those that are currently operating in value chains that are not aligned, it is important for them to invest in innovation and find way to change their activity in a way that the new activities that they are undertaking allow to accommodate their current asset and allow to accommodate their current skills and knowledge. This is very important to avoid stranded asset, and this is very important to avoid stranded people. The solution that we will propose, the climate and sustainability solutions that we need to develop, should provide room for repurposing the current assets so that we avoid stranded asset and a financial failure. They should also provide room for repurposing current skill and knowledge so that we do not have stranded people. But this is only possible if those that are operating in the value chain that are misaligned also be involved and contribute in reinventing the value chains that we need to satisfy the core human needs moving forward.
Thank you very much, Mr. Masamateo. So in final words, do your part, make it personal, and do it now. We have no more time to waste. Thank you very much to all our speakers. Can we have an applause, please, to our speakers? And that concludes our fourth session of the International Standards Summit. Thank you very much, Mr. Vimal, Bapak Ari. Thank you very much for your participation. You may please proceed to your seats. All right, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude our fourth session at the International Standards Summit of 2022, now we would like to also close we have closing remarks, and we will start our closing remarks by the first, and this, we will have introduction for the next program, and that is semi-closing remarks by Philip Metzger, IEC Secretary General and CEO. So for Mr. Philip Metzger, IEC Secretary General and CEO, the time and place is yours.
Thank you very much, Caroline, and good evening here in Bali, and good day wherever you are, delegates online who participate in this fantastic day today. In the interest of time, I will try to be as short as possible. It will be a bit of a quick fire round of maybe impressions and key points that I took away throughout the day. But I think what I would like to say at the outset, this has been for me a truly enlightening experience. I would like to thank wholeheartedly to all the panelists, all the speakers, the moderators, of course to Caroline for having taken us very proficiently through the day. And so I think the takeaways are multiple, too many that I could fit into 4 minutes. I think it's for a good cause. I think everybody who has participated now in this event today would agree that it was important to take a bit more time on the very important question of the Sustainable Development Goals achievement and on net zero. And so I think we were very inspired by what we heard also during our last panel. When it comes to key takeaways, really in a sort of bullet point version, I would like to maybe start by saying that to recover strongly, we really can only do that by recovering together and looking at our standardization system, the international standardization system, the way we use it in the IC, ISO and ITU. I think interaction, interplay, but also interdependencies certainly is a strong common feature that we have heard today, because I think it's really about creating a sort of an enabling powerhouse of standards, even more than we already have. We have for the first time also been able to associate the World Trade Organization with our International Standardization Summit, which I think is a very important step to take. We have heard and we have been reminded of the very fundamental principles on which our standardization system is based for world trade, and I think that has been a very important reminder, also looking at to how world trade itself can become ultimately climate friendly and go to net zero. I think an important point was to further work on our ecosystem, standardization ecosystem, to populate standardization, as one of the speakers said it, and to also enable a much wider use than we already have today of all our standards and conformity assessment systems. And I think that speaks, of course, to the point of diversity, on which we, I think, already have achieved a lot. We have to work further to become even more diverse and inclusive. I think it was very inspiring as well to see the demonstration of the necessity of a gender lens. I think we already deploy a lot of efforts today in standardization, also to have gender responsive standards, but I think we've looked at that again today through a new prism, also from a younger generation maybe, and I think that is an important point for the future, thinking that, considering that in Indonesia, 65% of the population are actually digital natives, that we can really associate the young generation with what the standardization system is producing. Of course, in that context, the digital technologies play a key role, AI and other digitally disruptive technologies, and we have that vector, that global vector of standardization to work on that, to improve the situation in many respects of our lives. But at the same time, we have huge opportunities to really reap those benefits from the digitalization if we do it right. And there again, I think the increasing respect and inclusiveness of different factors that are being taken into consideration by our experts will play a key role as well, that we're not just focused on one particular, even siloed aspects of the digitalization. We are really today at the critical juncture, especially when it comes, of course, to the achievement of the sustainability goals and net zero. The international standards can provide the best practices and guidelines and facilitate knowledge sharing also in that respect. And the conformity assessment as well will play a key role in that if we get it right. And as I've said yesterday on the occasion of a press conference here with journalists especially from Indonesia, I think IC, ISO and ITU are like the three sides of a triangle. We are supporting one another. We work very closely together. We're offering complementary solutions. But I think we also have to think about our ecosystem, not just looking at ourselves within the three organizations. We too need to reach out more. And I think, again, having had the WTO today for the first time participate in our International Standardization Summit was a very, very important step. So I would like to close my brief remarks with a look at this wonderful symbol, at this logo of the Indonesian G20 Presidency. We have heard today that this is a symbol for also the Balinese diversity and inclusivity, a new chapter of green and inclusive development. And I think if we look at that symbol, and we heard just earlier today that we need to look at all our challenges also in terms of sustainability with a moonshot mindset, I think that fits nicely against the backdrop of that logo of the G20 Presidency of Indonesia, looking and aspiring for more, even more transformative solutions, not just what we already know. And of course, I have to close by thanking, really from the bottom of our hearts, our hosts, the G20 Presidency of Indonesia, and in particular, our deepest gratitude to Mr. Kuku Ahmed and his entire team at BSN for the tremendous efforts for many weeks and months. You have done an absolutely stellar job in organizing this event. This was perfect. It was more generous than anybody could have wished for, and everything was perfectly organized and executed. So really, thank you very, very much for all that. This takes us to a new level. This is the third International Standardization Summit, but this takes us to a new level. We have been able to build on the legacy of what our Saudi and Italian presidencies have already allowed us to do. And so you have taken us to new spheres, and we are looking forward to building on that going forward. So thanks to everyone for being here and for having prepared or contributed in any other way to this great event.
Thank you very much, Mr. Philip Menziker, ISC Secretary General and CEO. Next, for the closing remarks, so we kindly invite Mr. Sergio Mojica, ISO Secretary General. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of you, and good day for all of those participating virtually. It has been a great day. Very rich and substantial discussions, which have given me hope, I have to say. And my first words, I like to echo Philip in thanking Papa Kuku and your wonderful team working together with our teams in Geneva to deliver this wonderful event. Why are we here today? The World Standards Cooperation is the main three relevant standard organization gathering where we have tried to raise our ambition. At the beginning, it was about promotion of standardization. Then we wanted to coordinate our efforts. This has been highlighted several times today. We cannot duplicate our effort, we need to coordinate better. But now we're in a different place. Starting the journey in Saudi Arabia 2 years ago, then we continued in Italy, and now here in Indonesia. What we want to do is to combine our efforts to provide solutions which are concrete and actionable to the global challenges. So we are here today to help, and we want to invite the G20, and through the G20, the world, to use our solutions, our standards. We're in a very complex and challenging context. To begin with the climate change or the climate emergency, because we are not on track. There is, according to United Nations, there is a window of opportunity, or now or never opportunity, because some of the effects of climate change are already irreversible. No matter what we do, the sea level has already raised, and we cannot change that. But there are many other things that we can do, but the effects will be seen in only 15 to 20 years' time. And that brings us a huge sense of urgency. The three organizations are fully committed to address climate change. In particular, ISO approved the London Declaration a year ago, which we have now transformed into a very concrete action plan, including standardization, where we are mapping our most relevant standards against climate change, but we have also created new deliverables. I'm so happy that both Kaya and also Masamba highlighted this in the previous panel discussion. We have produced an IWA, a workshop agreement, to have a common terminology and guiding principles of net zero. Then a second key global challenge is COVID emergency. We are starting to see light at the end of the tunnel, but this has been a very difficult and challenging time, and especially when it comes to the recovery, which is very unbalanced. And finally, the global economic situation. And only a few days ago, the IMF released the latest global economic outlook for the year 2023, and it is projected a global growth of 2.7, which is the worst since 1991. Only in the financial crisis of 98 and the first year of COVID, we saw something similar to this. And why does this matter? Because this very challenging context, it's very difficult when it comes to conveying a message that we need to put urgency on the SDGs and the priority of the climate change. Because many organizations and companies are fighting for survival, but we cannot lose sight of what we want to achieve here. The SDGs are indispensable, and as was said in the previous panel, this is not about carbon neutrality, this is not about technology, this is about people. What we do here will have a direct effect on how good or how bad is the situation for concrete people. So here we are in this context. We standardizers talking together to the G20 and through the G20 to the world with a very simple but important message. We're here to help. Because we believe that our international standards can offer concrete and actionable solutions to the global challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sergio Mujica, ISO Secretary General. And now I would like to invite Mr. Chaisuk Lee, Director of ITU Telecommunications Standardization Bureau. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. A very good day by virtual. I have to start with my timer, so you allow me only 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
I call myself as a techno-politician because I'm a technical engineer working around 27 years in standard domain, and I have served as a TSV director, as an elected officer in ITU, understanding of this political sense. So I called myself techno-politician. So rather than all greetings, I follow this addition to Phillips and the Sergio, all greetings. It was a fantastic event. Really thanks to Indonesia, especially Mr. Kuku. Let me try. Let me try what I get some of a takeaway, because I'm an engineer. Try to focus on this. What the takeaway is, I'm very happy to see digital transformation is really common subject everywhere, everybody. And this, especially after having of this pandemics, we have a subject, this summit, take a subject, health, energy, net zero, as very timely subject. And I'm very happy as a UN agency, the UN Sustainable Development Goal is a global guidance to everyone. It's a very interesting part. And especially all those digital transformation is inspired by ICTs. As ITU, as a home for ICT development, we are very, very happy with this. Even during the discussions, I found of this security and interoperability in the health domain, other domains are wonderful. We normally talk about security, interoperability, our subject, but I found of such other subject is very interesting. And also we talk about the emerging technologies, AI, machine learning, all this. Emerging technology is very, very important, but I will challenge it later on. We have to seriously take into account of these emerging technologies, but not only following the technology. I want to highlight about this digital transformation. Digital is a technology term. Transformation is a process. Process is more complicated. But digital transformation itself is a tool. It's not our objective. Our objective should be how we can make a community sustainable, how we can make people smart. That should be the subject. So I claim now, smart, sustainable digital transformation is our goal. Digital transformation always coming. At the last session, we have heard about innovation, how important innovation. It was several years terms. Now we call it digital transformation. But we never change of this sustainability, smartness. Even the weight is different. Several years ago, we started from the smartness, how we can provide smartness. But now, after the pandemic, we are more focused sustainability. There are many, many viewpoints. Even smartness and the sustainability has a different priority. One of the dilemma of this international standards is unification of the world. We have to avoid. Indonesia, Bali, you have your own specifics. How we can keep up this your own specifics is most important. Based on this, we have to add smartness, we have to add sustainability. Each community, each country has a different priority, different subject. We don't need to unify by the name of international standard or any policy. That is important subject what I want to share with you. But in this sense, our international standards should be reference models for you. I don't believe any single technology apply every corner, everybody, every country. I don't believe this situation is gone. It's already gone. Issue is how we can utilize of this standard for your own purpose. That's an important subject. This is I believe this is one of benefit. City organization, international organization get together to show this our products for your considerations. And also, like today, interesting for me is listening what you think about. Especially this region is a great asset for me. So I take up this request, these listenings. When I return to Geneva, I bring these listenings to my communities. 5 seconds. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much to Mr. Joseph Lee, Director of ITU Telecommunications Standardization Bureau. And distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, throughout the day, we've already given out initiatives, objectives, and also strategy. Now, until the last part, and that is call to action. Therefore, now we'd like to proceed to the summit declaration. We'd like to invite 3 representatives that is here right here in person. That is Australia, Indonesia, and United Kingdom to come up on stage. So we have Australia, Indonesia, and India. All the way straight next to the podium, please. Thank you. Not yet. I will actually, I'm sorry. So I will read the call to action first, and then you can make your declaration. Ladies and gentlemen, the G20 International Standards Summit Call to Action, Bali, Indonesia, October 2022. Participants of the G20 International Standards Summit 2022 and members of the World Standards Cooperation call on all countries to recognize, support, and adopt international standards which contribute to the priority issues identified by the G20 Presidency of Indonesia as a part of the G20 goal of recover, together, recover, stronger. International standards provide a much-needed framework and set of matrix for public and private stakeholders to implement net zero. They help turn policy objectives into concrete, measurable outcomes. The institutional framework provided by the IEC, ISO, and ITU convene a wide range of stakeholders, helping to address a broad spectrum of issues across society. International standards, together with testing and certification, enable the proper implementation of infrastructure, health, and sustainability projects. Together, they help accelerate the successful achievement of the Paris Agreement and the Glasgow Pact, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and the United Nations Call for Action and Adaptation and Resilience. The path to global recovery will require broad cooperation to ensure more equitable access to healthcare. In conjunction with conformity assessment, international standards can contribute to the majority of policy objectives related to health. They support the full spectrum of services from medical devices to health organization management, and in many countries provide the foundation for technical regulations. Promoting the benefits to society that can be enabled by digital transformation based on intelligent system, the International Standardization Framework brings together a wide range of experts to develop and share global best practices that can be applied everywhere. International standards promote digital transformation across many industries, sectors, and cities, which enable a circular, inclusive, and people-centric approach that empowers everyone, regardless of gender, age, or ability, to benefit equitably from new technologies. The impact of climate change, coupled with the continued increase in electricity demand, are accelerating the need to transition towards the generation of more sustainable and clean energy. International standards, together with conformity assessment, provide the framework for the safe and efficient production of electricity from renewable energy sources. They also enable smart energy solutions that help reduce worldwide carbon emission. The IEC, ISO, and ITU offer a global institutional framework to develop the necessary tools to contribute towards the G20 goal of recover together, recover stronger, and address the priority issues of health, digital transformation, and a sustainability energy transition identified by the G20 Presidency of Indonesia. That is the G20 International Standards Summit call to action. And now we would like to call upon every country alphabetically to state their support. We begin with Argentina.
Thank you for your kind invitation to join you virtually. Paris Agreement and the Glasgow Pact, as well as United Nations SDGs, and the more recent call for action on adaptation and resilience are global challenges that only can be successful and timely addressed with broad collaboration. Standardization culture is intrinsically based on collaboration among diverse stakeholders, worldwide interlinked through their national setting bodies, each of them as part of the global collaborative platform set by ISO, IEC, and ITU. Therefore, international standardization is a key instrument to address all these challenges, and from Argentina, we encourage all countries, no matter their development level, economic size, or geographical location, to engage in international standardization. And likewise, we fully endorse this G20 International Standards Summit call to action. Thank you again.
Thank you for your support, Argentina. Next, Australia.
The Australian Government and Standards Australia, as Australia's national standards body, congratulates BSN, IEC, ISO, ITU, and the WTO for delivering a successful summit and for providing this platform for conversation and collective action. At a time of disruption and digital transformation and of rapidly changing regional and global expectations, Australia recognises the vital role of international standards to facilitate trade, drive innovation, enhance resilience, and tackle global economic, social, and environmental challenges. Safeguarding the health of our populations, addressing climate change through a sustainable energy transition, managing advances in space, critical minerals, renewable technologies, and digital and critical technologies, while ensuring global supply chains remain strong and resilient in the face of global flux, are some of the most important and pressing challenges of our time. And in meeting these challenges, ensuring our standard-setting system remains facilitative of trade while securing confidence in the quality and safety of products and services will be crucial. Coordinating our efforts will be equally essential to translating ambition into outcomes. As we collectively seek to deliver on the vision set out in the UN Sustainable Development Goals, we acknowledge the criticality of a vibrant and focused international standards setting system, one that is fair and transparent, open and balanced. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Australia, for your support. You may please return to your seat. Sir, you can return to your seat. Thank you so much. Yes, yes. Thank you for your support. Next, we have Brazil.
dear participants of the G20 International Standards Summit. My name is Ricardo Fragoso, General Director of the Brazilian Association of the Technical Standards, ABNT, the national standards body of the Brazil. On behalf of the ABNT, I would like to express our strong support for the call of actions related to the urgent need for all countries to recognize, support, and implement international standards that will help to strengthen health resilience, advance digital transformations, transition for clean energy, and also to achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals at the light of the strong trend and growing global expectation that organizations be economically, environmentally, and socially responsible. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Brazil, for your support. Next, Canada.
At the Standards Council of Canada, we believe that standards and conformity assessment are powerful tools that can help solve the greatest social, economic, and environmental challenges our world is facing. We need standardization to succeed in climate action and clean energy transition, to strengthen health resilience, to advance digital transformation, and to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals. The international standardization system led by ISO, IEC, and ITU is built on collaboration, and together we can find solutions to these pressing challenges. Leaders of the world, we do not have the luxury of time anymore. Recognize, support, and implement international standardization so we can make the future of humanity sustainable.
Thank you for your support, Canada. Next, China.
Dear colleagues, good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to meet you online to celebrate the G20 International Standards Summit in 2022. Entrusted by Dr. Tian Shihong, Administrator of the Standardization Administration of China and the President of the Chinese National Committee of IEC, I'm honored to congratulate the summit and hope it great successful. Today, the whole world is facing the challenges of the global epidemic, climate change, and the economy recovery. Cooperation and development has become the common aspiration of people all over the world. To achieve the common vision, SEC supports the G20 International Standards Summit with the theme of Recover Together, Recover Stronger, and issued the joint call for action. SEC is willing to work with other members to encourage that ISO, IEC, ITU international standards play a more important role to promote health, digital transformation, sustainable energy transition, and promote a stronger economy recovery of G20 members. Thank you.
Thank you for your support, China. Next, France.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of our three organizations from France, I fully support this call for actions. The four sessions of this summit very much match our inspiration. First is better health. Standardization proved its commitment during the recent pandemic. The French diplomacy reflected in the development of an international standard on gender equality aims at maximizing inclusion within standards, particularly in health sector. Second is accelerating digital transformation, where standardization is promoting smart standards and dedicated standardization in artificial intelligence, digital twins, data models, e-commerce, among other topics addressed by our three organizations through industry-led and transparent standardization processes. In addition, this data revolution is a keystone of the energy and environmental transitions. Third is the energy transition and security. French stakeholders play a huge part in this work by putting their expertise at the service of the international community toward an all-electric society. And this work contributes to put in place the case to a sustainable world relying on low carbon production, the use of electrical energy to replace other energies, greater energy efficiency, and the optimization of production and consumption, and the whole based on a more interconnected system allowing smarter management. And fourth is how to reach net zero and the SDGs. And here, France is a source of proposals in many areas as circular economy, biodiversity, sustainable city, and supports all French-speaking countries in their participation to this global dynamics. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you for your support, France. Next, Germany.
All over the world, fighting climate change is one of the most essential tasks of our time. The global climate agenda sees two equally important pillars: the fight against climate change, as well as the adaptation to climate impact that is already noticeable all around us today. Standardization is a useful and important instrument in this regard, especially when joining forces with industry and policymakers. Because of the widespread acceptance and application of international standards, they are an important lever for mitigating the man-made climate crisis. Standards help companies meet technical regulations and open up new markets for climate-neutral and sustainable products. Standards can also reduce the cost of the green transformation, which was underlined also in the German G7 Presidency Standardization Workshop this year. This can accelerate the development of climate-friendly technologies, create interoperability, and thus enable small companies to access the green markets of the future. It is our firm belief that standards are already contributing to the fight against and management of climate change, but their potential has not been exhausted yet. DIN and DKE in Germany strongly support the G20 goal of recover together, recover stronger, and ties in with the ISO actions as stated in the London Declaration and IEC's strategic initiative on all-electric society. DIN and DKE climate change to be a top priority for all its strategic standardization activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your support, Germany. Next, India.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, India is committed to achieving the shared global vision of a better, safer, and sustainable world. We truly recognize the important role that standards can play in making this planet a better place to live and all living beings to prosper in harmony. India, through Bureau of Indian Standards, the national standards body of the country, has been actively contributing to the policies as well as technical matters for international standardization. International standards built around consensus are not only facilitating businesses across borders, but are also playing a pivotal role in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. We strongly believe that inclusivity and diversity in the standardization processes will ensure that all voices are heard both in the development of standards and at the organization levels. BIS fully supports the call to action and urges the G20 countries, national standards bodies, and international organizations across the globe to come together to develop standards which help us achieve our shared goals. Thank you.
Thank you for your support, India. Next, Indonesia. Bapak Kokoes Ahmad, you can state your call to action.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank everyone who has taken part in today's important event. We have been highlighting important issues throughout the day on the role of international standards, and now we are called to put them into action. Ladies and gentlemen, as we have the same spirit to recover together and recover stronger, Indonesia encourages all G20 members to be consistent with our commitment to support the priority issues G20 Indonesia Presidency, which is global health architecture, digital transformation, energy security and sustainability, energy transition, as well as net zero and the SDGs. We believe that international standard, together with testing and its certification, enable the proper implementation of infrastructure, health, and sustainability projects. The role of IEC, ISO, and ITU is imperative in supporting the global institutional framework that enhance the quality infrastructure, in particular for G20 members. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia is strongly committed to the achievement of the goals and call to all G20 members countries to work together to contribute to the worldwide well-being through standardization. I believe together we can. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Indonesia. Silakan Bapak. Next, Italy.
Thank you very much. And I want to express gratitude to BSN for the initiative to organize this third International Standards Summit within the G20 presidency, following Saudi Arabia and Italy. Uni and Che were honored to do the same last year under the Italian presidency. And we believe that the goal of the Indonesian government for G20, recover together, recover stronger, is also the core of ISO, IC, and ITU strategy. With the efforts of the national standards bodies all over the world, especially those of G20 countries, we can provide technical worldwide solutions to facilitate global trade and reach all our citizens in a healthy and safe net zero world with the support of consensus-based standardization. Our community has the responsibility to support social and economic changes with high-quality products and services, helping digital and energy transition in a sustainable and ethical way to guarantee well-being of women, of men, and a fair recovery of economies. For that reason, Italy strongly supports this call to action.
Thank you, Italy. Japan.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor to participate in G20 International Standards Summit again this year, being hosted by BSN Indonesia. We all have spent almost 3 years now under the negative impact of COVID-19 pandemic, while we have been able to continue our standardization activities. The positive outcomes are derived by innovative technology developments in core areas such as healthcare, digital and communication technologies, and sustainable energy solutions, which are all supported by international standards being delivered by IEC, ISO, and ITU. WHO announced in September that the end of the pandemic is in sight. Towards that goal, we are all committed to continue our cooperation in the field of international standardization to recover together and recover stronger, as we declare this year. Ladies and gentlemen, let's work together to further enhance the value of our international standards. Thank you for your attention. Terima kasih banyak.
Terima kasih. Thank you very much, Japan. Next, Republic of Korea.
Hello, this is Sang Lee, Administrator of Korean Agency for Technology and Standard in Republic of Korea. We have overcome economic and social instabilities, such as global energy crisis and infectious disease. And we are now faced with challenges including net zero, digital transformation, and sustainable development. International standard will play a crucial role in overcoming these challenges, as well as fulfilling the G20 goals of recover together, recover stronger. I believe that today's four sessions, which are health, digital transformation, energy and net zero, and call to action, have served as a timely reminder to us all. I'm certain that these will be major initiatives in promoting the utilization of international standards. Korea will also actively cope with these changes by establishing and promoting national level strategies, 2050 carbon neutrality standardization strategy, untapped economy standardization strategy, and digital technology standardization strategy. Therefore, through these endeavors, Korea will contribute to the international community and world standard cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Republic of Korea. Next, Mexico.
Hello, everyone. When we think about standards, we think in the importance of international cooperation. Now more than ever, the global recovery after COVID-19, the world learned how to generate stronger cooperation action between our countries. Thanks to the new quality infrastructure law, Mexico established a solid basis of a more dynamic and modern infrastructure that appeals to national and international cooperation. For mention some example, by promoting the technological neutrality with the new technologies, developing new standards in the field of circular economy, adopting ISO IEC ITU standards, and refer them in Mexican regulation to reach mutual recognition agreements in order to facilitate the international trade. Aware that the new normal demands more challenge and therefore innovation in international standards, Mexico keeps open for working to contribute to achieve it. Best regards from Mexico.
Thank you, Mexico. Next, Russian Federation.
Esteemed leaders of the international organizations and G20 national standardization bodies, dear colleagues, it's a great honor for me to be a part of this event and to represent the Russian Federation as one of G20 members. All of us are talking about standards. For dozens of years, standardization is essential to fulfill the needs of society in quality goods and services. It is needed for establishing clear rules of companies' cooperation. It is standardization which unites state, business, and society within the country. But it is also standardization that unites countries. Standards unite world. Standardization ecosystem is doing so not only by setting clear rules to eliminate technical barriers, but our joint work of experts on net zero principles implementation, on sustainable energy transition, on fighting pandemic and recovering from it together, on going digitalized and going smart together. The number of challenges is growing together, but we should recover together and recover stronger. Here in Russia, we strongly believe that countries' cooperation in the processes of international standardization, from drafting the document to its final provision, to its national adoption, takes international standards to the next level of principle 2 of the world's development in the reality that we live. International standards are leading our way towards the sustainable development, to create prosperity for people and for the whole our planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Russia Federation. Next, Saudi Arabia.
First, I would like to congratulate PSN, IEC, ISO, and ITU for organizing this successful International Standards Summit. SASO supports the alignment of developing international standards with sustainable development goals. For a sustainable environment, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is committed to tackle climate change. It has consistently backed net zero emissions and proposed a comprehensive framework at the G20 summit held in Riyadh 2020 to pave the way to fulfill that commitment, namely the Circular Carbon Economy CCE. The CCE framework, which was unanimously approved by G20 leaders, was also suggested as a practical way to address greenhouse gas emissions and reuse them throughout the economic cycle to create value. In addition, to stimulate digital transformation, Saudi Arabia initiated a measurement system called National Digital Transformation Management System, with guidelines for all government entities and annually ranks more than 200 government entities. That being said, Saudi Arabia supports this summit's call to action statement, as well as the movement towards the G20 goal of this year, recover together, recover stronger. Thank you.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. Next, South Africa.
Greetings from South Africa to all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is an absolute privilege to participate and submit our pledge at the third G20 International Standardization Summit under the theme Recover Together, Recover Stronger. As the national standards body in South Africa, the SABS has a legislated mandate to develop standards that support the socioeconomic and environmental policies and industrial priorities of our country, and at the same time contribute to the global economy and the UN SDGs. Standards are already providing solutions and tools that address the multitude of global challenges, amongst others, strengthening healthcare resilience, advancing digital transformation, and transitioning to a clean and just energy. Their role cannot be overemphasized. Inclusivity and diversity in how we develop standards are central to recovering stronger together. We recognize the increasing urgency for greater collaboration with diverse stakeholders in articulating relevant consensus solutions that underpin our participation in ISO, IEC, ITU, and other standardization fora. South Africa hereby submits our commitment on the call to action by recognizing, supporting, and implementing international standards, and so contributing towards an inclusive and more diverse global recovery. I thank you.
Thank you very much, South Africa. Next, Turkey.
Bu etkinliğin gerçekleşmesinde emeği geçen herkese teşekkür ederek başlamak istiyorum. Uluslararası standartların dünyamızın karşı karşıya olduğu zorlukların üstesinden gelmede kilit bir rol oynadığına inanıyoruz. Standartizasyonun en büyük faydayı sağlayacağını ve tehditlerin üstesinden gelmek için stratejik bir araç olacağını iddia ediyoruz. Dünyamız sürdürülebilirlik konusunda karşı karşıya kaldığı problemlerin üstesinden gelmek için uluslararası alanda her zamankinden daha geniş bir işbirliğine ihtiyaç duyuyor. Problemleri çözmek için birlikte hareket eden standartizasyon topluluğu, Dünya Standartlar Teşkilatları işbirliği altında birleşmeye ve taahhütte bulunmaya çalışmaktadır. TSE olarak G20'nin birlikte toparlan, daha güçlü toparlan hedefine katkı sağlayacak her türlü çalışmayı destekleyeceğiz. Endonezya, G20 Başkanlığı tarafından belirlenen sağlık, dijital dönüşüm ve sürdürülebilir enerji geçişi konularındaki her türlü çabaya da öncelik vereceğiz. Bu noktalarda harekete geçme çağrısını destekleyenlere en içten saygı ve selamlarımı sunuyorum.
Thank you very much, Turkey. And now, United Kingdom, the floor is yours.
BSI warmly welcomes this G20 call to action by the World Standards Cooperation and firmly supports its objectives. International standards developed through a multi-stakeholder consensus process are a powerful tool that can deliver solutions to some of the world's greatest challenges, be that post-pandemic recovery, the climate emergency, or stimulating global sustainable economic growth. These solutions are delivered most effectively by ISO, IEC, and ITU working together. BSI is pleased to lead the Standards Program Coordination Group, which strengthens the partnership of the three bodies. BSI proposed the ISO London Declaration, which was approved during the ISO General Assembly in September 2021, to embed climate science in all standards activities and to listen to the voices of all those impacted by climate change. We look forward to working with the G20 national standards bodies and the World Standards Cooperation members to support the development and implementation of standards that support the world's most pressing challenges. We support the declaration. Thank you.
Thank you for your support, United Kingdom. And lastly, United States of America.
Thank you to the organizers for convening this important international summit and for the opportunity to express our support. The unprecedented events of the past 2 years have united the global community in recovery efforts, and international standards are a vital piece of this healing. ANSI, the American National Standards Institute, joins its colleagues around the world in harnessing the power of standards to underpin an inclusive global recovery. From improving health resilience, to furthering advanced technologies, to transitioning to sustainable energy, a better tomorrow is built on the foundation of global standards and the collaboration that brings them to fruition. As the U.S. member to ISO, as the U.S. National Committee to the IEC, and on behalf of our colleagues at the U.S. Department of State who represent us at the ITU, we remain committed to supporting standards that provide global solutions. As always, it is a top priority of ANSI and the U.S. standards community to collaborate with our international counterparts to spur continued progress towards a brighter future through standardization. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. Distinguished delegates and participants, we just witnessed 19 nations to submit the declaration and also to support the call to action of the G20 International Standards Summit 2022. Now, we've almost come to the end of the event, but before that, allow me please to invite Dr. Zakia MM. She is the BSN Deputy Chairman for Standard Implementation and Conformity Assessment to convey her closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Zakia.
Distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon, all of you. We have now come to the end of the summit today. We have discussed and shared our thoughts on the role of international standards as important issues faced by the global society, particularly in the areas of health, energy, digitalization, and sustainability. We would like to thank all of you for your active participation during the day. We reaffirm the spirit of cooperation has always been cornerstone of G20 success. This spirit is necessary today more than ever to build a prosperous future for the people of the world. Distinguished participants, we have discussed those issues related to the three priority pillars that will support the achievement of recovery all the way to an economy that is resilient, sustainable, inclusive, and balanced. We have formulated and expressed our support and commitment to the call to action of what we have been discussing today, we would expect that our call to action on standardization as the result of today's event would be delivered to the G20 Summit Declaration in November 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to express my sincere gratitude to all speakers and participants, both present here and virtually in this summit. It has been an honor to Indonesia to conduct G20 Presidency through this year. Our special thanks and gratitude towards Standard Corporation and BSN team for their priceless contribution and make this today event possible. We have now the pleasure to pass the honor and responsibility of the 2023 G20 Presidency to India and wishing them every success. We stand ready to provide support in any way possible. Distinguished delegate, last but not least, to all of you to stay safe and healthy. For delegates to stay longer here, we wish you a pleasant stay while enjoying your time here. And for those who are leaving today, particularly Mr. Sergio Mujica, we wish you a safe trip back home. Thank you very much. Sampai jumpa lagi. See you in India next year. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Zakia. Distinguished guests, honorable government officials, our speakers, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the G20 International Standards Summit 2022. Again, may all the challenges, opportunities, objectives, initiatives, solution that was discussed through the 4-pillar themes today, better health, digital transformation, sustainable energy transition, and the sustainable development goals could be a benchmark and also a reference in regulating international standards in reaching the same goal as we strive to recover together, recover stronger collectively. And may all the initiative that was in line today can be conveyed in the upcoming G20 Presidency Summit 2022 right here in Indonesia. With that said, I'm Caroline Surahmat on behalf of BSN, IEC, ISO, ITU. We'd like to thank you very much for your time, your contribution and cooperation, especially for those of you that join us virtually from all around the world. We'd like to say, stay healthy and vigilant. And as Dr. Zakia said, we'll see you next year in the G20 International Standards Summit 2023 in India. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Delegates and participants.